My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Make a Fortune. Relics. Looking at Su Chen's receding figure, Gao Tingting reluctantly withdrew her gaze. On the side, Gao Zepeng said, "Don't look. Everyone has left." Gao Tingting's pretty face turned red, and she quickly looked around. When she saw that Wang Danqiang and others had also left, she felt relieved. Gao Tingting glared at Gao Zepeng and said, "Brother, what are you talking about?" Where did I look?" Feng Juan smiled and said, "Your eyes are about to pop out, and you still say you didn't see it. Brother, sister-in-law, you bully me. I won't pay attention to you." Gao Tingting's face flushed with shame, as if water was about to drip out. Feng Juan said with a smile, "After what happened today, do you understand why we tried so hard to match you with Mr. Su?" Gao Zepeng also agreed. "Do you regret it now? Do you regret not being nicer to Mr. Su before?" Gao Tingting said stubbornly, "I don't regret it. Isn't he just a little bit of medical skills and is good at fighting? What's the big deal?" Gao Zepeng said with a smile, "Just be stubborn. Anyway, think about it. If you miss someone like Mr. Su, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Let's go. Let's go home." After saying that, Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan turned and left. Gao Tingting stood there in a daze, muttering, "But even if I like him, he is so outstanding, he may not like me." Gao Tingting's voice became lower and lower, like a whisper. For the first time, she began to lose confidence in herself. She quickly raised her head and looked around. When she found that her sister-in-law and brother had walked away and no one had heard what she had just said, she felt relieved. I won't regret it. There are many people chasing after me." Then, Gao Tingting excitedly caught up with Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan. On the other side, Zhou Wanqiu drove Su Chen towards the hotel. In the car, Zhou Wanqiu hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. "Mr. Su, the Yan family is the first family in Yicheng, and its strength is extraordinary. Tonight, Yan boy gave in to you, and there must be other plans behind it." Su Chen smiled. "I know. I just want to lure Mr. Long out through the Yan family." Zhou Wanqiu suddenly realized, so that's it. The Yan family and Mr. Long are indeed closely related. Mr. Su humiliated the Yan family so much, the Yan family will definitely find Mr. Long. However, next, Mr. Su, you have to be more careful. Su Chen nodded. "Don't worry. But you have to be careful too. Since you betrayed Mr. Long, I guess he has been full of murderous intentions towards you, so you should pay more attention. If there is anything you can't handle, find me in time." Zhou Wanqiu's heart warmed. Yes, soon. The two arrived at the hotel where Su Chen was staying. When Zhou Wanqiu saw that Su Chen was staying in an ordinary hotel, he was stunned. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, I have a few villas with good locations and views. If you don't mind, you can." Before he finished speaking, Su Chen waved his hand. "I just need a place to change clothes and take a rest. There's no need to be so troublesome. If I want to be comfortable, I can open a 5-star hotel myself." Zhou Wanqiu thought about it and shut up. The money Su Chen has is enough for him to live in a 5-star hotel for hundreds of years, if he wants to enjoy life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire Su Chen even more. Not burdened by external things. Awesome. Su Chen ignored Zhou Wanqiu's messy thoughts and said goodbye and went upstairs. Walking back to his room, Su Chen found that Qi Hetao was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Su, you're back." Qi Hetao was very respectful. Su Chen smiled and said, "Team leader Qi, you've worked hard. Actually, you didn't have to rush to deliver it." Qi Hetao smiled and said, "It's okay. I just happened to be not busy, so I delivered it to you." Su Chen smiled. "Thank you very much, Team Leader Qi. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." Qi Hetao's face suddenly brightened. "Hey, I'll have to trouble Mr. Su in the future." "Mr. Su, this is a small thing found on the body of the 10 perfect crazy monk. It can also be regarded as your trophy." Please take it." As he spoke, Kiheteo handed Su Chen a small box. Su Chen took it with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Team Leader Ki." Kiheteo politely bowed and said, "This is your trophy. You deserve it. I'm just running errands. You're busy first. I'll take my leave. If you need anything, please call me." After that, Kiheteo turned and left. Su Chen's mouth curled up. This Kiheteo is quite interesting. He directly said these things as Su Chen's trophies. Even if he is discovered and becomes hypocritical in the future, it is not a big mistake for him. Su Chen held the box and walked into his room. Su Chen sat down at the table and opened the box. He was very excited and took out all the things one by one. Damn. This crazy monk Bincheng is really worthy of his title. He has all kinds of things. This is talisman paper, water control talisman, fire gathering talisman, evil purification talisman, dust avoidance talisman, trace talisman. The quality is not low. This is the formation flag, used to set up the formation. There are also spiritual medicines, several of them. There are also poisons and poisonous insects. How can this old monk study everything? Su Chen took out the things one by one and was very shocked. This old monk Bincheng is really worthy of his title. The things are really complete. In addition to these things, Su Chen also found a few pills in his collection. There are holy medicines for healing, as well as 6 Kingling pills and 1 Ninghan pill. It seems that this old monk has almost reached the peak of his vitality training and is ready to break through his spiritual power and advance to the divine realm. Su Chen judged. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes fell on a golden bead. What kind of elixir is this? Why haven't I seen it before? This golden bead looks similar to an elixir, but it is obviously not an elixir. Moreover, it is very hard and gives people a warm and calm feeling when they hold it in their hands. Could it be that this is a relic? Su Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. The next second, Su Chen was instantly overjoyed. Relics are not ordinary things. They are the only relic left after the death of a high monk. Generally speaking, people who can leave relics must be great monks with profound cultivation. Relics can not only ward off evil spirits and dispel evil spirits, but also condense the monk's lifelong practice and merits. Whether it is for people who practice Buddhism or ordinary martial arts practitioners, it has a very huge effect. Su Chen looked quite excited. Such things are hard to come by. I didn't expect that this monk Bincheng actually had such a treasure. In this case, I might be able to use this relic to impact that realm. Su Chen's heart was moved. In fact, there is a hidden realm in the cultivation of mental power and soul. When a martial arts monk condenses a mental power seed in the Niwen Palace and can control mental power, it is the spirit seed stage. The mental power of the spirit seed stage can do some simple spying and attack. When the mental power is strong and condensed, it can enter the God Eye stage, which is Su Chen's current realm. The mental power of the God Eye stage is extremely powerful, with the ability of the whispers of the world are like thunder in the sky, the sins in the dark room are like lightning in the eyes of the gods. If the mental power is stronger again, it can enter the yin and yang stage. The most notable feature is the condensation of yin and yang souls. Generally speaking, the mental power of the God Eye stage can step into the Xianshan God realm. After entering the Xianshan God realm, the mental power can be improved again. However, if the mental power can enter the yin and yang stage before the God realm, it can be a big step ahead of others in the God realm stage. With this relic, maybe I can enter the yin yang stage before the God realm. Su Chen was very excited. He picked up the relic and was about to start practicing. Suddenly, ding ling ling, a quick ring rang. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was Gao Tingting's call. He quickly answered, "Hello, Miss Gao, what's wrong? Did the Yan family and the Qin family take action?" "No." Gao Tingting said anxiously, "It's my brother. Su Chen, my brother's chemical plant has an accident again. A master ran to set it on fire." Su Chen was shocked. It's that chemical plant again. Someone set up a formation before, and now someone set it on fire. There's no peace. Okay. Don't worry. I'll be there right away. Su Chen hung up the phone directly. He collected the things of the 10 perfect crazy monk and rushed out of the room. The wind character technique was activated and he ran towards the chemical plant. Su Chen wanted to see if it was Mr. Long's move this time. Chapter 352. It is impossible for one person to. Su Chen used his wind character technique with all his strength. For a moment, he turned into a breeze and rushed towards the chemical plant. Not long after, Su Chen arrived. At this time, the chemical plant was ablaze. Many employees were constantly carrying water to put out the fire or rescuing things and people. Not far away, firefighters had also arrived and were busy putting out the fire. Compared with the raging fire that had already started, the high-pressure water gun seemed a little powerless. The fire chief who organized the firefighting this time was Zhou Fang, whom Su Chen had met last time. When Su Chen arrived, he was exchanging opinions with Gao Zepeng. Boss Gao, the fire has started now. We can't put it out anymore. Let's evacuate the crowd quickly. Otherwise, when those flammable and explosive items are burned, I'm afraid many people will be poisoned. By then, things will only get worse. Hearing this, Gao Zepeng looked desperate. If we don't continue to put out the fire, we can only let the fire burn. There is only one final result, and that is an explosion and chemical leakage that will be more serious than the previous 2 times. After all this happened, regardless of whether there were casualties or not, his chemical plant would have to close down. Once the chemical plant was closed, the business in the provincial capital and other cities would basically be declared a failure. Gao Zepeng was unwilling. His business had just started, and it was a good time to expand. But now there was no chance. It was too late to put out the fire. Forget it. Evacuate people. Gao Zepeng said, about to give up. At this time, Su Chen arrived. Zhou Fang was the first to see Su Chen and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Su. Su Chen smiled. Gao Zepeng also turned around quickly. Mr. Su? Why are you here? Gao Zepeng was stunned. Gao Tingting said, I called Su Chen. Nonsense. Why did you call Mr. Su at this time? Gao Zepeng scolded. Su Chen waved his hand. It's okay. I came to see if I can help. What's the matter? Gao Zepeng stepped forward and explained. Mr. Su, after you broke the 9 dragons fire gathering formation, I thought it was okay, so I brought a large batch of raw materials into the factory. Unexpectedly, there was no formation to ignite the fire, but a martial arts master sneaked into my place and set the fire directly. By the time we reacted, it had already started. Now, it's about to burn the explosives. Let's retreat quickly. Su Chen's face sank. Whether it was done by Mr. Long or someone else, the means were too despicable. Zhou Fang also dissuaded him. Mr. Su, the fire is too big and it can't be put out. Moreover, the fire in the workshop is about to burn the explosives. If we force the fire out again, I'm afraid someone will die. Su Chen glanced at Gao Zepeng, who looked desperate, and said in a deep voice, leave it to me. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Fang hurriedly said, Mr. Su, don't mess around. Water and fire are merciless, and with such a big fire, even if you are a martial arts master, it is difficult to resist. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. As he spoke, he walked directly towards the workshop with a big fire. Hey. Zhou Fang didn't catch him, and Su Chen's figure had disappeared at the door of the workshop with tongues of fire. Alas. Mr. Su is too confident. Zhou Fang looked anxious. Such a big fire now, how can he put it out alone? Mr. Su doesn't know firefighting knowledge. If he goes in like this, he might be choked by the smoke inside and suffocate directly. Gao Zepeng was very anxious when he heard it. He turned to look at Gao Tingting and said angrily, why did you call Mr. Su here at this time? Gao Tingting said with a wronged face, I saw that you all had no way, so I thought of calling Su Chen to take a look. Gao Zepeng was still angry. With this kind of fire, what can Mr. Su do? He is not omnipotent. For Gao Zepeng, if Su Chen got into trouble, the loss might be greater than the explosion of this chemical plant. Looking at Gao Zepeng with a gloomy face, Gao Tingting felt very aggrieved. She didn't expect that Su Chen would rush into the fire without saying a word. After Su Chen entered the fire, he frowned. The violent flames attacked from all directions, and the air became thinner. However, Su Chen was prepared. He took out a talisman paper. It was the trophy he just got today, the fireproof talisman. Su Chen pinched his fingers and chanted a spell to activate the fireproof talisman. The next second, an invisible shield spread out, and the flames and smoke around him retreated. This crazy monk of 10 perfections, the talisman is of good quality. Su Chen sighed, and then walked to the deepest part of the fire. Looking at the location of the fire spreading around, Su Chen had a general plan in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the formation flags were thrown out by him, and landed in different positions. Su Chen stepped on the Xiangang, pinched the formula, and chanted the spell. For extreme Zunfeng, extinguish the firing bow. Command. In an instant, the wind from all directions suddenly condensed, and the fire seemed to be fixed. Then, Su Chen dug another deep pit on the ground, set up the fire gathering formation with the formation flags, and then took out a fire gathering talisman to attract it. Zhu Rang asks for merit. All fires return to the origin. Attract. In an instant, the flames around, as if hearing an order, instantly condensed into a huge fire dragon, and condensed towards the fire gathering formation set up by Su Chen. The flames in Su Chen's fire gathering formation became hotter and hotter, and the color became more and more terrifying. At the same time, the flames in the entire workshop became weaker and weaker, and finally slowly disappeared. Su Chen was sweating profusely from exhaustion. Such a huge fire, even if he used 2 formations and a bunch of talisman papers to assist, it was still very tiring. Especially the last fire dragon, it was even more violent. Su Chen had to wait until all the flames were attracted before he could extinguish it. Otherwise, the flames would burn again. Gang Gang controls water. The sky is flowing backwards. Extinguish. A water control talisman was attached to the fire dragon. In an instant, Su Chen seemed to see the sky flowing backwards. The fire dragon twisted in pain for a while and slowly dissipated. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was indeed a little tired. Outside the workshop, Zhao Fang and Gao Zepeng had already issued a retreat order to everyone. Go. It's going to explode soon. Give up the fire. Go. The more the better. The chemical products are going to explode soon. It's poisonous. Go quickly. Everyone outside the workshop was running around to tell each other. However, Zhao Fang, Gao Zepeng and others had not left yet. Because Su Chen's figure had not appeared yet. What should I do? Mr. Su hasn't come out yet. What should I do now? Gao Zepeng was anxious, like an ant on a hot pot. On the side, Zhao Fang was also anxious. Alas. I said that fire and water are merciless, and you can't go, but Mr. Su insisted on going. Maybe he has fainted in there now. It's already this time. Who can save him? Isn't this just adding to the chaos? Gao Zepeng was also very upset, and scolded Gao Tingting. Look at you. Why did you ask Mr. Su to come? Now it's all over. If something happens to Mr. Su, can you rest in peace in this life? Gao Tingting's eyes were filled with tears. I didn't expect it. Woo, I was wrong. I shouldn't. At this moment, Gao Tingting stopped crying. She suddenly shouted, brother, look over there in the workshop. What are you looking at? Can the fire go out by itself? Gao Zepeng turned his head with an irritable look on his face. The next second, he was suddenly stunned. Because the fire was really extinguished. The flames in the workshop, that were originally burning fiercely, were shrinking rapidly at a visible speed. In a short while, the flames in the sky had completely disappeared. What happened? How did the fire go out? Gao Zepeng was stunned. Zhao Fang was also dumbfounded. He had worked in the fire brigade for so many years, and he had never seen such a situation. This is a chemical plant, and there are so many flammable and explosive things in it. How could it go out naturally? Suddenly, Gao Tingting shouted, Su Chen. It must be Su Chen who put out the fire. Zhao Fang shook his head instinctively. Impossible. How could one person put out such a big fire? Maybe Mr. Su has fainted, waiting for us to save him. Zhao Fang said, and suddenly closed his mouth. At this time, a figure slowly walked out of the workshop. It was Su Chen. Chapter 353 Tracking Talisman. Looking at Su Chen's calm and composed steps, Zhao Fang was completely dumbfounded. Years of learning firefighting knowledge have made him begin to doubt everything in front of him. Or rather, Su Chen's performance made him doubt the firefighting knowledge he had learned. Su Chen slowly walked in front of the 3 stunned people. He wiped the sweat from his head and asked, what's wrong with you? Gao Zepeng swallowed and asked, Mr. Su, was it you who put out the fire inside just now? Su Chen nodded. Yes. Gao Tingting immediately shouted excitedly. See? I said Su Chen would definitely be able to do it. Thanks to me for calling Su Chen. At this moment, Gao Tingting was the most excited. Not only was Su Chen fine, but he was the one who put out the fire. This proved that calling Su Chen was absolutely the right decision, and it was a great achievement. On the side, Zhao Fang murmured, it's impossible. How can one person put out such a big fire? Su Chen nodded, that's right. This fire is too big, it's really too troublesome, and I'm exhausted. If I come later and the fire is bigger, I can't do anything. As the voice fell, Zhao Fang and Gao Zepeng looked at Su Chen with strange eyes. Are we talking about a matter of a while? I said it's impossible for one person to put out the fire. You said it's a bit tiring. Is this a bit tiring thing? This is against science. Science? Do you understand? Zhao Fang could only roar in his heart with these words. Mr. Su, I have to arrange someone to check in quickly. You go first. Zhao Fang didn't chat with Su Chen anymore. Now, he just wanted to rush into the fire and check it out. See what method Su Chen used to put out the fire. Zhao Fang led the firefighters into the workshop and checked everywhere. Check if there are any flames, and eliminate safety hazards. However, he took people to check around and around. As a result, he found that there was not even a spark in the entire workshop. All the places that had burned had only traces of the residue left after the burning, not even a trace of water. What's going on? Looking at this trace, it was clearly still burning. How come there was no fire all of a sudden? There was no trace of water at the scene. So how did Mr. Su put out the fire? Countless questions lingered in Zhao Fang's mind. Outside the workshop, Gao Zepeng turned his head and looked at Su Chen. Bang! He knelt directly in front of Su Chen. Mr. Su, thank you for saving me again. Gao Zepeng's eyes were red. This time, Su Chen could be said to have pulled him back from the brink of bankruptcy. Although his business is big, this new chemical plant is the core of other businesses. If something goes wrong here, other places will be implicated. Su Chen's move is equivalent to completely saving him. Mr. Gao, get up quickly. We are friends. It's too formal. Su Chen helped Gao Zepeng up, and then joked, I was worried that you would blame me for delaying you from opening a restaurant to sell fish. Gao Zepeng was stunned. He also remembered that he had boasted to Su Chen that he wanted to wait until his business went bankrupt and then open a restaurant to sell fish to earn money to support his family. Unexpectedly, Su Chen used this as a joke at this time. Gao Zepeng also laughed. Gao Tingting, on the side, took credit and said, brother, you have to thank me. If I hadn't called Su Chen, you would have really gone bankrupt. In the future, your chemical plant must give me half of the shares. Gao Zepeng glared. What? You dare to open your mouth? Half of the shares? Why don't you go and grab it? Gao Tingting pouted and said, I'm grabbing it now. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. At this time, Zhao Fang, who had checked the workshop several times, also hurried out. He said to Gao Zepeng, Mr. Gao, I have checked it for you. All the fire points have been extinguished. Then, he looked at Su Chen and said, there is not even a spark at the scene. You can just clean it up and continue production and use it. Gao Zepeng was a little shocked and turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and didn't explain. But Zhao Fang couldn't help it. He asked, Mr. Su, can you tell me what method you used to put out the fire? If our firefighters can learn your method, we will definitely be able to reduce casualties and better protect people's lives and property in the future. Su Chen smiled bitterly. You can't learn my method. Zhao Fang paused. Su Chen took out the formation flag and talisman paper. I used what you call feudal superstition to put out the fire. Of course, if you want to learn, you have to practice hard for 20 years first. Gao Zepeng and Gao Tingting were stunned. Zhao Fang instinctively wanted to refute and say that this was impossible. But then he thought, Su Chen put out the fire alone, so what else is impossible in this world? In the end, Zhao Fang smiled bitterly. Thank you Mr. Su for clearing up my doubts. Although Su Chen cleared up his doubts, it was just like clearing up his loneliness. He still didn't learn anything. Su Chen smiled. He turned to look at Gao Zepeng beside him and asked, "Mr. Gao, you said that someone deliberately set the fire. Did the arsonist leave anything behind?" "Yes," Gao Zepeng responded quickly. Then, he ordered someone to go down and get something. After a while, an employee came hurriedly and handed over a few copper coins. Gao Zepeng said, "Mr. Su, that man came in black clothes. He used these copper coins to knock out our guards and then set the fire and left." Su Chen's face lit up. "Great. With this thing, I can find him." Gao Zepeng was shocked. "Mr. Su, what did you say? Can you find the bastard who set the fire?" Su Chen nodded. Gao Zepeng was confused, not knowing whether what Su Chen said was true or false. Su Chen did not explain. He directly took out a piece of talisman paper from his body. Gao Tingting looked curious. "Su Chen, why did you take out a piece of paper? Can this paper help you find the arsonist?" Su Chen smiled. "This is a tracking talisman. Watch carefully." Then, Su Chen wrapped a copper coin with the talisman paper and then pinched it in his palm and chanted a spell. "Why are you talking nonsense?" Gao Tingting muttered. Gao Zepeng scolded in a low voice, "Don't disturb Mr. Su." The next second, whoosh, the talisman paper in a Su Chen's hand actually burned automatically. Magic? Gao Tingting's eyes widened. The sky and the earth are boundless. The grey crane is tracking. Command. Suddenly, something magical happened. The ashes of the burned talisman paper actually flew up, forming a flying crane of paper ashes in the air. Oh my god. Am I seeing it right? Gao Tingting covered her mouth with a look of shock. Then, the grey crane actually flew outside. Su Chen immediately followed. "You wait here, I'll be back soon." In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's figure has disappeared. At the scene, only 3 dumbfounded people were left. Was I dazzled just now? The paper burned to ashes, and the ashes turned into cranes, and the cranes flew away. Gao Tingting murmured. Gao Zepeng replied, "You didn't see it wrong. Unless the 3 of us are blind, we would not have seen it wrong." Zhao Fang sighed. "I finally understand why Mr. Su said that we can't learn his way of extinguishing fires. It's not that we can't learn it, it's impossible at all. Master. Absolute master." Su Chen couldn't hear the size of the 3 people at all. At this moment, he was following the grey crane and running towards the mountain. The grey crane was very fast, which meant that the man's position was not far away at all. Su Chen was delighted, and his feet were faster. At this time, on the mountain next to the chemical plant, a thin figure was standing on the treetops and looking at the chemical plant below the mountain. He was seen stepping lightly on the treetops, and the whole person swayed with the wind, but still stood firmly. It can be seen that this person's light body kung fu has reached the pinnacle, but there was no smile on this person's face. What happened? The fire was so big just now, how come it's gone now? If this happens, how can I report to my superiors? Should I go back and light another fire? The man was muttering to himself. Suddenly, a cold voice came. "You can't go back." In the middle of the night, this sudden voice scared the man on the treetop so much that he almost fell down. "Who is it?" he shouted angrily. The next moment, a grey crane flew out. Then, Su Chen's figure slowly appeared. Chapter 354. Should I be sad or happy? Who is it? Get out. Qiu Hang's face changed drastically when he was on the top of the tree. What he was best at was light body kung fu, but he never thought that someone could approach him silently. At this time, a crane made of paper ashes flew out slowly. Then, Su Chen's figure appeared in Qiu Hang's sight. Su Chen stretched out his hand. The crane made of paper ashes disappeared in an instant. Tracing talisman? Qiu Hang stared at Su Chen. "You know Zhuanmen Taoism. Which Taoist sect are you from?" Su Chen said coldly. "Whoever knows Zhuanmen Taoism is a Taoist sect disciple." Qiu Hang paused. "The inheritance of Zhuanmen Taoism has always been very secretive, and it is difficult for outsiders to learn it. What's more, the tracing talisman to find people is not something that ordinary Zhuanmen disciples can master." Su Chen asked coldly, "You set fire to Gao Zepeng's chemical plant at the foot of the mountain, right?" Qiu Hang was stunned, his face gloomy. He knew it was useless to deny it, so he nodded. "Yes. What do you have to say? Who asked you to do it?" Su Chen asked. Qiu Hang sneered. Are you interrogating me? Su Chen nodded. You can understand it that way. Qiu Hang said coldly. Boy, you are so young. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Get out of here quickly. Don't wade into this muddy water. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Su Chen chuckled. I want to see how you are rude. Looking for death. Qiu Hang's face changed. The next second, he suddenly fell from the tree. Like a rock spreading its wings, he attacked Su Chen. Wine-breaking claw. Qiu Hang's dry palm was claw-shaped, with sharp vitality, and he grabbed Su Chen's throat from above. Su Chen smiled coldly and punched him. Boom. A huge collision sounded. Two terrifying vitalities suddenly collided. In an instant, Su Chen's feet collapsed towards the ground, and he went into the soil for 20 centimeters. The fallen leaves around him seemed to be blown by the invisible energy and spread out in all directions. Qiu Hang had a look of pride on his face. However, the next moment, his face suddenly changed. It was because a terrifying vitality bounced back from Su Chen's fist towards him. Qiu Hang originally mobilized all his vitality to resist, but it didn't work at all. Bang! His figure was smashed and flew out. Crack. Crack. Qiu Hang stopped after breaking several trees in succession. He looked at Su Chen with horror. Why? Why is your vitality so strong? Su Chen was only in his early 20s, but his vitality was stronger than his. It was really too scary. Su Chen smiled coldly. Answer my question first. Who sent you? Was it Mr. Long? Qiu Hang said coldly. What Mr. Long? Mr. Tiger, I don't know what you are talking about. Su Chen was stunned. This person was not sent by Mr. Long. Qiu Hang saw Su Chen distracted and raised his hand suddenly. Go to hell. In an instant, 3 cold lights flashed across the night sky and shot straight at Su Chen. Su Chen slid his feet and twisted his body at a strange angle. It was the wandering step. Puff, puff, puff. 3 copper coins stabbed directly into the trees and boulders behind Su Chen. Your level of hidden weapons is still not good enough, Su Chen said coldly. Qiu Hang's face froze. Try this again. As soon as the voice fell, Qiu Hang instantly fired 5 copper coins again. Su Chen stepped on the wandering step, dodged the 5 copper coins, and quickly approached Qiu Hang. Qiu Hang's face changed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the whole person flew backwards like a big bird. At the same time, his hands were not idle, and he kept throwing hidden weapons at Su Chen. Su Chen's face did not change, and he stepped on the wandering step, dodging and approaching quickly. Damn. Qiu Hang's hidden weapons all missed, and his face turned black. In a head-on fight with Su Chen, his vitality was not as good as Su Chen's. When using hidden weapons, Su Chen's body movements were extremely advanced. Boy, you are awesome. Grandpa won't play with you anymore. I will come to Trouble Gao Zepping again, if I have a chance in the future. As soon as the voice fell, Qiu Hang turned around, chasing wind step. Swish. In an instant, Qiu Hang's speed increased instantly, and he distanced himself from Su Chen. You can't escape. Su Chen smiled coldly. With a thought, he activated the Zhou Wanqiu and Wind and Thunder Force Wind character technique instantly. Su Chen rushed out immediately. Qiu Hang thought he had left Su Chen behind. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Su Chen approaching rapidly. Damn. How can this bastard be so fast? Qiu Hang cursed inwardly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Bastard, you can't catch up with me. Blood explosion technique. In an instant, a strange red light appeared on Qiu Hang's body. Bang, bang. A series of dark sounds exploded on Qiu Hang's body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Qiu Hang's mouth. Then, his speed exploded again. The whole person turned into a blood shadow and rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Qiu Hang sneered in his heart. He was confident that he could get rid of Su Chen in 10 seconds. However, Su Chen smiled coldly and said, Are you going to damage your own blood to escape? Unfortunately, you still can't escape. Golden light. Su Chen snorted coldly. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from under Su Chen's feet. The next second, Su Chen instantly turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. In the forest, a blood shadow fled madly. Behind him, a golden light followed closely. A few seconds later, this bastard should be gone, right? Qiu Hang turned his head with blood on the corner of his mouth. However, in his sight, a terrifying golden light rushed towards him. Bang! A sharp pain came from his chest and abdomen. Qiu Hang was thrown high up and then fell hard to the ground. Qiu Hang's bones seemed to be broken. He struggled to get up and looked at the golden light. The golden light faded and Su Chen's figure slowly appeared. What kind of skill is this? Why is it faster than my blood explosion technique? Qiu Hang was shocked. Su Chen said calmly, golden light on the ground. Qiu Hang was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. It turned out to be a mysterious magic. I didn't lose unfairly. Su Chen stepped forward and said coldly, speak. How do you want to die? Qiu Hang's face changed. He struggled to kneel on the ground, kowtowed to Su Chen and said, please spare my life. I have no grudge against Gao Peng's. I just owe him a favor, and I came here to do this to repay the favor. If you spare my life, I'm willing to serve you. Qiu Hang kowtowed to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Qiu Hang and considered in his heart. The man in front of him was a master of vitality, and his lightness skills were good. If he kept him for himself, he could make up for the lack of masters around him. Su Chen asked, who are you? Who asked you to prevent the fire at the chemical plant? Qiu Hang said, my name is Qiu Hang. I owed a favor to Ninglide, a wealthy businessman in the provincial capital, in my early years. He asked me to do this. Ninglide? He was still a wealthy businessman in the provincial capital. Su Chen was stunned and asked, what business does Ninglide do? Qiu Hang said, it's mainly related to chemicals. Su Chen immediately understood that it must be Gao Zepeng's business expansion that blocked Ninglide's way to wealth. Su Chen thought about it and said, if you want to stay alive, it's not impossible. Eat it. As he spoke, Su Chen took out 2 identical talisman papers and handed the smaller one to Qiu Hang. These 2 talisman papers were the mother-child soul-fixing talismans he got from the Red Dragon Immortal. When he was in Bincheng, Su Chen used the mother-child soul-fixing talisman to collect Kan Fianeng's soul. Now, he wanted to do the same to Qiu Hang. Qiu Hang also knew that eating this talisman paper would definitely not be a good thing, but in order to stay alive, he had to eat it. Then, Su Chen pierced Qiu Hang's forehead again and used a slightly larger talisman paper to catch a drop of his blood. Mother and child fix the soul. The mountains and rivers remain unchanged. Take the soul. In an instant, Qiu Hang felt that an important thing was taken out of his body. In an instant, he became dizzy. Su Chen wrapped the larger talisman paper. He gently pinched it. Qiu Hang screamed. Just now, he felt that his head was almost crushed. Qiu Hang looked at Su Chen with horror. Su Chen said coldly, now, one of your 3 souls and 7 spirits is in my hands. If you have any other intentions, you will die. Qiu Hang nodded with despair on his face. Yes. Su Chen said lightly, however, if you work hard for me, you will be free one day in the future. Suddenly, Qiu Hang's eyes lit up. Okay. I will obey. Su Chen thought about it and said, you are fast and good at hiding your body. In the next few days, you will stay near the chemical plant to keep an eye on them and protect Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan. No problem. Qiu Hang agreed immediately. Then, Su Chen turned and left. Qiu Hang looked at Su Chen's back with mixed feelings in his heart. He had come to cause trouble for Gao Zepeng, but now he has become Su Chen's subordinate. But seeing that Su Chen has such amazing cultivation at this age, this result seems to be good. For a moment, Qiu Hang didn't know whether he should be sad or happy. Chapter 355. Understanding the relics. On the other side, Su Chen quickly returned to the chemical plant. Gao Tingting and Gao Zepeng were worried. Gao Tingting asked anxiously, brother, will Su Chen be in trouble? That master is so powerful, Su Chen will not be able to beat him, right? Gao Zepeng smiled. Why? Are you starting to care about Mr. Su now? Being teased by Gao Zepeng, Gao Tingting blushed immediately. Su Chen is your great benefactor, but you don't care about him, but laugh at me. How annoying. Gao Tingting said coquettishly. Gao Zepeng laughed. Don't worry. Although Mr. Su seems to be bold in doing things, he never does things that he is not sure of. Look at all the things he has done. Which one is not sure? Gao Tingting nodded. Whether it is dealing with Kindang and Yanchao, or coming to the chemical plant to put out the fire, Su Chen seems to be taking risks, but in fact he has already been fully confident. Well, with the strength of this guy Su Chen, no one can beat him. Gao Tingting whispered. At this moment, a laugh rang out. It's rare that Miss Gao has such confidence in me. Su Chen's figure slowly appeared. Gao Tingting and Gao Zepeng were immediately surprised. Mr. Su, you're back. Gao Tingting blushed. I mean, you'll be fine if you're a troublemaker. Su Chen was too lazy to argue with Gao Tingting and walked directly to Gao Zepeng. Mr. Gao, the man who set the fire was a martial arts master. He said that he was invited by Ning lied. Su Chen told the truth. Gao Zepeng suddenly realized. He gritted his teeth and said, well, I thought someone was targeting me, but it turned out to be this bastard. When I was in the provincial capital, this bastard was still drinking and talking with me, saying that he wanted to make a fortune with me. It turns out that this grandson wanted to kill me. Gao Zepeng was very angry. Su Chen asked, Mr. Gao, do you know this Ning lied? Yes, I know him very well. Gao Zepeng said angrily, this bastard is the vice president of our Dongshao Provincial Chemical Industry Association. Some time ago, my industry focus moved to the provincial capital, and I happened to have some contact with this grandson. At the banquet, he also told me something like welcome to the provincial capital, and let's make a fortune together in the future. Now it seems that it's all lies. This grandson is so wicked. Su Chen smiled. There are not many good people in business. Mr. Su, thank you. Gao Zepeng thanked. Now that I know who is targeting me, I have a way. Su Chen waved his hand. You're welcome. If you need any help, just tell me. In the end, Su Chen didn't tell Gao Zepeng about Qiu Hang. After all, Qiu Hang set the fire and burned a lot of Gao Zepeng's things. If he told it, the two would be a little awkward when they meet in the future. Gao Zepeng thought that Su Chen had killed the arsonist. Finally, the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, and Gao Zepeng asked Gao Tingting to take Su Chen back. This time, Su Chen did not refuse. But Gao Tingting looked arrogant. If you want to go back by yourself, you can go back by yourself. Su Chen nodded. Sure. I don't care. Anyway, he was using the wind character technique to travel, and it would not be slower than driving. Seeing Su Chen's indifferent look, Gao Tingting almost choked. No. You must take my car back. Gao Tingting was very angry. Su Chen said indifferently, okay. You are so boring. Gao Tingting said angrily. Then, Gao Tingting sent Su Chen to the hotel. The car slowly stopped. Looking at the ordinary decorated hotel, Gao Tingting looked puzzled. You are too stingy, aren't you? You earn 10 billion a night and stay in this kind of hotel? Gao Tingting looked contemptuous. Su Chen nodded. It's just a place to take a shower and change clothes. You can stay in any place you meet. Gao Tingting was speechless. She couldn't understand Su Chen's habit. Of course, Su Chen couldn't understand her either. In Su Chen's opinion, this kind of hotel was already very good. When he was a child, he was thrown into the mountains by his grandfather and had to sleep in caves and tree branches for 10 days and half a month. This is much better. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't you want to say something to me? Gao Tingting lowered the window and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen said lightly, go slowly on the road. Gao Tingting stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Su Chen touched his nose and asked in confusion, what? Did I say something wrong? Then you have a good trip. Good trip, your uncle. Gao Tingting cursed angrily and left with a foot on the accelerator. Gao Tingting drove away, muttering in a low voice as she walked. This big wooden man, doesn't he know to invite me up to sit? What a straight man. I'm so angry. Su Chen looked puzzled. Is there something wrong with this woman? He couldn't guess what Gao Tingting meant at all. However, even if he guessed it, he was too lazy to invite Gao Tingting to his room. Now, all he wants is to continue studying the relic. Women are the most troublesome thing, and they will only affect the speed of his sword drawing. Without women in his heart, he can cultivate the natural god. Su Chen hurried upstairs and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Su Chen took out the relic again. The whole body was golden and shining. This relic must have condensed the lifelong enlightenment of a great monk, and its effect is extraordinary. But, to comprehend such a thing, the mental power required is also terrifying. That crazy monk Bincheng must have prepared this relic in order to break through the realm of mental power. These Kingling pills and Ninghan pills are also prepared by him to comprehend the relic. But it is obvious that he only has one Ninghan pill, so the preparation is not enough. Not enough to comprehend this relic. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face was happy. Then, he took out another wooden box, which contained a pile of Kingling pills and 2 Ninghan pills. This is exactly the elixir that Su Chen found in the secret room of Timu Peak in the farmhouse at the foot of Yishan Mountain. Before, there were 3 soul condensing pills. Su Chen only ate one, and his mental power broke through the spiritual seed stage and entered the divine eye stage. However, given that the power of this soul condensing pill is too great, Su Chen dared not touch it too much. But at this time, if it is used to comprehend this relic, it is just right. Thinking of this, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. He first rested and adjusted his breath to adjust his state to the best. Then, Su Chen closed his eyes, and his mental power rushed out of the Niwen Palace and poured into the relic in front of him. In an instant, the relic floated in front of Su Chen. An illusory Buddha shadow slowly appeared outside the relic, and a faint golden light overflowed, as if resisting the influx of Su Chen's mental power. Su Chen was not in a hurry. This was originally a slow process. The Buddha shadow slowly weakened in the confrontation with Su Chen's mental power. Su Chen's mental power slowly penetrated into the relic. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a headache and his mental strength weakened. But he was prepared. He grabbed a few Kingling pills and threw them into his mouth. The Kingling pills melted in his mouth and immediately turned into cool energy, pouring into Su Chen's Niwen Palace. Su Chen's mental strength increased greatly. The next moment, he knew that the owner of this relic was called Master Zhou Wanqiu. Master Zhou Wanqiu was a high monk who was very good at both Buddhism and martial arts. And his perception, like a picture scroll, appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen tried to use his mental strength to experience the perception. When his mental strength was exhausted, Su Chen hurriedly took the medicine. Not long after, Su Chen took all the Kingling pills. After that, he could only take the Ninghan pill. After taking a Ninghan pill, the feeling that his head was about to burst came again. Su Chen hurriedly felt the relic of Master Zhou Wanqiu to increase his consumption. Wait until the mental strength is exhausted, and then take the Ninghan pill. In this cycle of perception, consumption, and replenishment, Su Chen's mental power became more and more condensed. If this continues, my mental power may be able to be transformed into soul power. Su Chen was overjoyed. Tonight's practice was too successful for him. Su Chen was immersed in the joy of his improved cultivation. On the other hand, the Yan family was in a state of sorrow. Dad, I must take revenge. I want to kill that Su Chen. Yan Chao roared. Yan boy said coldly, don't worry, I will arrange it right away. Chapter 356 Mysterious Yaodao Mountain. Yan Chao's expression became better after hearing his father's agreement. Dad, that Su Chen is so powerful, how can we deal with him? Yan Chao's face was full of resentment. Yan boy said, don't worry about it. I will find Mr. Long. Hearing the 3 words Mr. Long, Yan Chao was immediately startled. Others may not know, but Yan Chao understands that in Yicheng, Mr. Long is the real master. The Yan family, the first family, is just running errands for Mr. Long. Yan Chao was immediately happy. Thank you, Dad. As long as Mr. Long is willing to take action, that Su Chen will be dead. Yan boy nodded and said, you go and heal your injuries with peace of mind. That Su Chen will soon become a corpse. Yeah. Yan Chao was very excited. The servants came and carried Yan Chao away. Yan boy took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, the call was connected. A full-bodied voice came. What's wrong? Yan boy immediately said respectfully, Mr. Long, that Su Chen needs to be dealt with. Then, Yan boy told the matter of tonight again in detail. After a silence on the other side, he snorted coldly. I ignored him, but he came to provoke me again and again. He is looking for death. Just wait for it. He won't see the sun tomorrow. Hearing Mr. Long's words, Yan boy smiled immediately. Thank you for your trouble. The two said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Yan Boy put down the phone and looked out the window coldly. A dark cloud covered the moon. Su Chen and those little guys dare to take my money. Take my money, but you have to hand over your life. Humph. Yan Boy sneered again and again. At this time, in a deep courtyard, an old man about 60 years old was sitting in the hall. He looked sinisterly at the dark corner. Notify Yu Shan and let him use the soul technique to kill Su Chen. The old man said coldly. Yes. A voice came from the dark corner. After a while, in a courtyard, the lights were bright. An altar was set up. Su Chen, you are living in Kyoto Hotel now, right? A fat Taoist priest in a Taoist robe got up and sat on the altar. Yes, Taoist Master Yu. This is his photo. A man in a black robe handed over a photo. Taoist Master Yu nodded. In the dark night, his eyes were unusually bright. He sat cross-legged in front of the altar, and several hand seals condensed out. The world is reversed. The yin god is out of the soul. In an instant, the wind suddenly rose around, and the temperature dropped. A vaguely visible human figure slowly rose from Taoist Master Yu's head. The black-robed man seemed to have seen it more than once, so he was not afraid. This time the distance is far. I need to deal with it with all my heart and soul, and take good care of my body. A whisper resounded in the black-robed man's ears. He knew that it was Taoist Yu who was talking to him. The black-robed man nodded. A gust of wind blew, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. The black-robed man was amazed. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers around Mr. Long. This time, that kid named Su Chen may die without knowing what happened. On the other side, Su Chen, who was practicing, had no idea that danger was coming. At this time, he was at a critical moment of practice. Master Zhou Wanqiu's relic contains a lifetime of perception and experience. Even if Su Chen took a lot of Kingling pills and Ninghan pills, he still hadn't completely comprehended it. Su Chen was a little anxious, because the pills in his hand that replenished his spiritual power had been consumed. If he still couldn't come out of the relic perception, he might be drained of his soul power alive. At this time, Su Chen's spiritual power was no longer scattered, but slowly condensed into a human form. This is a sign of entering the yin-yang period. When Su Chen uses his spiritual power to completely condense the yin soul, that is, the yin god, he can enter the yin-yang period. By then, it can be said that Su Chen's spiritual power practice is not weaker than that of the strong in the god realm. However, Su Chen now has no time to be excited, because Master Zhou Wanqiu's relic was still consuming his mental power. Damn. No wonder that crazy monk didn't touch this thing at all. It's too scary. Su Chen was a little anxious. He wanted to extract his mental power from the relic, but he couldn't. At this moment, the relic was like a pump, extracting soul power from Su Chen's Niwen Palace. Will I be drained? Su Chen's mental power condensed into a human form, but under this suction, it slowly faded. Finally, it seemed to be dispersed again. Is this the yin-yang period experience card? The mental power condensed into a human-shaped ghost, and then was drained and dispersed into mental power. Su Chen was speechless. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to him. Yes, I can try to apply the Shenai Fist to mental power. Yaodao Mountain can resist the stormy waves of Zikuangfeng, and maybe it can also resist this relic. Su Chen took action immediately. In an instant, in Su Chen's mind, he tried to visualize Yaodao Mountain. Not long after, Su Chen's spiritual power slowly transformed from a human form into a mountain. This mountain is not high, not dangerous, not steep, and not dangerous. However, there is a natural rhythm of Taoism lingering on it. Everything looks so natural. It is Yaodao Mountain. Su Chen's spiritual power condensed into a mountain. In an instant, Su Chen felt that the suction of the relic on him was much weaker. It works. Su Chen was instantly overjoyed. Then, he visualized more attentively, making the Yaodao Mountain condensed by his spiritual power more and more solid. Swish! A tearing sound was heard. The next second, Su Chen's spiritual power slowly pulled out of the relic. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This is too dangerous. He looked down and saw that the relic had dimmed. Only occasionally a trace of light appeared, as if it could be crushed with a pinch. Su Chen knew that the relic was almost able to shatter naturally. However, he didn't dare to gamble. If he hadn't just had an idea and used his mental power to transform into Yaodao Mountain to resist the suction, perhaps his mental power that barely stepped into the yin-yang period would be drawn out and become overflowing mental power again. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face lit up with joy. "Come out," he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a faint human figure stepped out of his Niwen palace. Although the figure was not clear, Su Chen could tell that it was exactly what he looked like. "Is this my ghost?" That is, the yin god. The ghost out of the body mentioned in the myths in the past should be this. Su Chen's face was full of joy. His mind moved. The human-shaped ghost instantly condensed into the shape of a mountain, which was Yaodao Mountain. Su Chen let the ghost change back and forth several times, very casually. However, when he wanted the ghost to change into something else, there was no change at all. What's going on? Is Yaodao Mountain special? Or am I special? Can others change into Yaodao Mountain? Su Chen had many questions in his mind. However, no one can answer these questions for him for the time being. Su Chen was thinking. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew over. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a little. Su Chen frowned slightly. He packed up his things, opened the window and turned over. A gust of cold wind followed Su Chen closely. Walking to a secluded place, Su Chen stopped suddenly. "What is it? Get out." A voice came out of the darkness. "You are Su Chen, right?" Su Chen was startled. Only because there was a figure floating in the darkness in front. It looked like a fat Taoist priest. "Ghost?" Su Chen frowned. The fat Taoist priest said, "This is my Yin Shen. Boy, are you ready to die?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Chapter 357 A Heavy Mountain. Su Chen did not expect that his spiritual power had just entered the yin-yang realm. As a result, a person who specialized in spiritual power came to kill him. "Who are you? Did Mr. Long send you here?" Su Chen asked straight to the point. The fat Taoist said coldly, "It seems that you are not stupid. You know who you have offended. Boy, my name is Yushan, and people call me Taoist Master Yu. When you go to the Hades Palace in the future, don't forget who killed you." As soon as the voice fell, Yushan's yin god rushed directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen shouted coldly, "Just a yin god. Do you think you are invincible?" As soon as the voice fell, he directly struck out with a palm. In an instant, the flame energy burning with light purple flames gushed out, covering Yushan's yin god. Whoosh! Yushan's yin god instantly dissipated, avoiding the flame energy, and then condensed into shape again. Before Su Chen could react, Yushan's yin god had already rushed to him. A jet black whisk condensed in the hands of Yushan's yin god. He pulled it casually. Su Chen couldn't dodge in time and was hit. TSK. Su Chen frowned. A sharp pain erupted from the depths of his soul. "Oh, your soul wasn't torn apart?" The fat Taoist seemed very surprised. He has been practicing his spiritual power for many years and has already entered the yin-yang realm. However, many ordinary innate strongmen have spiritual power at most in the spirit seed stage. There are even some martial arts masters, such as Old Man Jin Guang, who have heavy body protection skills and have not even practiced to the spirit seed stage. If these martial arts practitioners are attacked by Yushan, their souls will easily not be able to bear it. However, Su Chen took it hard and was not hurt at all. Su Chen looked at Yushan coldly. He was learning how to fight with the spiritual power of the yin-yang stage. Yushan saw that Su Chen was fine, and he was immediately annoyed and hit him with another whisk. Su Chen stepped on the gang step and directly used the wandering cloud step to dodge. With a raised hand, Su Chen shot out a mysterious thunder energy. Ha! Bang! Yushan instantly dispersed, then gathered again, and managed to dodge another stream of black thunder energy. He was slightly stunned. "You actually have thunder energy? Then you kid can't stay." Su Chen stepped on his feet and quickly approached Yushan, wanting to hurt him with the black thunder energy. However, the mental power of the yin-yang period is much stronger than that of the God Eyes period. No matter what Su Chen does, Yushan will react at the first time and evade in advance. The pursuit did not have any effect. Instead, Su Chen consumed a lot of energy because of the black thunder energy. Haha. Boy, don't waste your energy. In front of my yin god, no matter how the wind blows, the grass moves around, I won't be able to hide it. Yu Shan laughed again and again. Su Chen snorted coldly. Spiritual sharp thorn. The next second, a sharp black thorn instantly condensed from Su Chen's Niwen palace. Then, it burst towards Yu Shan's yin god. Yu Shan was startled, and his figure retreated instantly. The whisk in his hand was also sweeping wildly. One after another, dark soul power condensed into defense in front of him. Su Chen's spiritual sharp spikes were like spears. Although they pierced through several layers of defense, they eventually dissipated. Yu Shan's face turned cold. Good boy, it turns out that you have also studied spiritual power, and your spiritual power is not weak. If I hadn't been prepared, I might have suffered a great loss. In this case, I can't let you go. As he spoke, Yu Shan waved his whisk. In an instant, the whisk instantly became longer and wrapped around Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't dodge in time and was directly rolled up by the whisk and pulled towards Yu Shan. Boy, come to think of it, you are really a little genius in cultivation. I really don't want to kill you. It's a pity that you provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked at all. Yu Shan sneered again and again and stretched out his palm to Su Chen's head. He wanted to directly annihilate Su Chen's soul. At this moment, Su Chen's face suddenly showed a smile. I'll give you a gift. Look, what is this? The next second, a round bead with a dim light instantly flew towards Yu Shan. Yu Shan's yin shen hand just touched it. In an instant, the round bead instantly burst into a faint Buddha light. Sarara? Ah. Suddenly, a golden Buddha shadow with a dim light appeared. Yu Shan's yin soul, like opening a relic, was directly attracted by it. Arsehole, why do you have a relic? Do you think this can trap me? I will be out soon. By then, you will still die. Yu Shan's yin shen was deadlocked in the air with the relic. He stared at Su Chen and yelled. However, Su Chen just smiled coldly. It's a pity that you will die before you get rid of the relic. Yu Shan said disdainfully. Can you kill me? With your mental power, how can you kill me in the yin-yang period? Su Chen smiled faintly. Really? Look at what this is. Then, he shouted coldly. Yin Shen is out. Suddenly, a human-shaped spiritual force emerged from Su Chen's Niwen palace. Seeing this scene, Yu Shan was stunned. Your spiritual force is also in the yin-yang period? Impossible. Your vitality and skills are so basic. How can you have time to practice spiritual power? Yu Shan looked unbelievable. He has only practiced spiritual power since the beginning and has achieved his current achievements after decades of hard work. And Su Chen in front of him has a strong vitality, superb skills, and has condensed two different types of vitality. It is unlikely that he can achieve these martial arts achievements at such a young age. However, his spiritual force is also in the yin-yang period. Yu Shan's shock is beyond words. Su Chen smiled coldly. Didn't expect it? There are many things you didn't expect. The next second, Yao Daoshan. Su Chen shouted coldly. The human-shaped yin god instantly changed his appearance to that of Yao Daoshan. Yu Shan was stunned on the spot. How can the yin god change? Why can your yin god change into a mountain? Su Chen smiled coldly. How should I know? Go ask the king of hell. As soon as the words fell, Yao Dao mountain fell from the sky and smashed towards Yu Shan fiercely. Ah. No. I give up. Su Chen moved without hesitation. Yu Shan was now entangled by the last bit of energy of the relic. If he waited for him to escape, there might be other variables. Su Chen would not choose to take risks. Boom. Yao Dao mountain fell from the sky and smashed Yu Shan's yin god fiercely. Crack. A cracking sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, Yu Shan's soul was shattered inch by inch. Ah. I hate it. Bang. A loud noise. Yu Shan's yin god completely exploded. Shattered with it was the relic of Master Zhou Wanqiu. Yao Dao mountain slowly turned into a human form and then returned to Su Chen's Niwen palace. Su Chen suddenly felt a mental fatigue coming from his brain. This kind of battle of yin god is too dangerous. If you are not careful, your soul will be scattered. Su Chen reminded himself in his heart. In the future, if you are not absolutely sure, you can't easily let the yin god leave you too far. However, after this battle, Su Chen also gained a lot. His spiritual power cultivation has completely entered the yin and yang realm. Moreover, he also learned a lot of yin god fighting methods from Su Chen. Mr. Long will probably feel sad to lose such a master as Su Chen. Haha. Su Chen had a sneer on his face. At this time, in the mysterious mansion, in the house of Taoist Yu, the surroundings are still brightly lit. In front of the altar, Su Shan's body is sitting cross-legged. In front of him, there is a long burning lamp with bright flames. On the side, the black-robed man is waiting anxiously. Why does it take so long this time? Taoist Yu, why don't you come back? The black-robed man kept walking back and forth, wondering in his heart. In the previous few times, Mr. Long asked Taoist Yu to kill people, and he basically came back very quickly. But this time, it has exceeded the time limit. If it takes a long time, the yin spirit and the flesh body will be separated, which will be bad. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew. The black-robed man was overjoyed. I'm back. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Because the eternal lamp in front of Su Chen exploded with a bang. And Su Shan's body also fell heavily to the ground. A face full of fear. Taoist Yu. The black-robed man hurried over. Su Shan's eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Puff. Such a heavy mountain. After saying that, he was silent. The black-robed man was shocked. Taoist Su Chen, dead. A cry spread far and wide in the deep courtyard. In the hall, the old man, Mr. Long, was holding a teacup and sipping the fragrant tea calmly. At this time, the voice of the black-robed man came. Mr. Long's hand trembled, and the hot tea spilled on his hand, but he seemed unconscious. What? Su Chen is dead. How is this possible? The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared. On the other side, after Su Chen killed Su Chen, he went straight back to the hotel. He simply packed his things and then went to sleep peacefully. He didn't care at all how much of a sensation his killing of Su Chen caused. The next morning, ding-ling-ling, Su Chen's cell phone rang urgently. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Strange Case. Su Chen was startled when he saw the caller ID. Because the person who called was Liu Heitao. After what happened last night, Liu Heitao and He Jingxuan both regarded Su Chen as their friend of life and death, and left their numbers to each other. But Su Chen didn't know why Liu Heitao suddenly looked for him so early in the morning. Hello, Heitao, this is Su Chen. On the other side, Liu Heitao's voice was a little embarrassed. Brother Chen, I want to ask you a favor. Su Chen asked. What is it? Are you a good doctor? Heitao asked. Su Chen smiled. You should have seen how good my medical skills are last night. Liu Heitao chuckled. Last night, he and He Jingxuan were almost beaten half to death. Su Chen pinched a few times with his hands, and he didn't feel any pain. In fact, there is no redness, swelling or bruises left today. Liu Heitao smiled and said, I just came here to trouble you, because I know that you are a good doctor, Brother Chen. A few days ago, my grandmother suddenly fainted for some reason, and has been in a coma ever since. She was sent to the hospital for examination for several days, but nothing was found. In the end, she had to be taken back home. You are a good doctor, can you help my grandmother? Su Chen was stunned. He had not seen many cases like this. Sure. Su Chen agreed. Liu Heitao was overjoyed. Okay. Brother Chen, I'll pick you up now, okay? You are staying at Kaohe Hotel, right? I'll be there right away. Su Chen smiled. Okay. It seems that Liu Heitao has already found out his address. Su Chen packed his things. Soon, Liu Heitao called. Su Chen looked out the window and saw that Liu Heitao was already waiting outside in an off-road jeep. Accompanying him was, of course, his girlfriend Wang Dunqiang. On the other side, Su Chen actually saw Gao Tingting. Su Chen stepped down and said to Gao Tingting, why are you here too? Gao Tingting pouted and said, why can't I be here? Do I need to report to you where I want to go? Su Chen smiled, too lazy to argue with Gao Tingting. The four of them got in the car and drove out of the city. The place where Liu Heitao's grandmother lived was in the suburbs. Although her children were doing well in Yicheng and the family conditions were good, the old lady was still willing to guard the old house, a few acres of thin land and a pond in the suburbs. Liu Heitao introduced. In fact, my mother and my aunt have long wanted to bring grandma to Yicheng. But the old lady has lived in the old house for decades and has feelings for it, and she is unwilling to leave her hometown. Fortunately, there is still an uncle taking care of her in her hometown. Otherwise, we would be worried if she was alone here. This time grandma fainted in a strange way. We sent her to the city hospital for a checkup, but we didn't find any problems, but she just couldn't wake up. Everyone chatted while driving out of the city. Liu Heitao's grandmother's home is in a suburban village. The scenery is very good. On the side, Gao Tingting looked at the scenery along the way and was very excited. She said with a smile, "Heitao, after Su Chen cures your grandma, we can have fun in this village. Go fishing, have some fun." Liu Heitao said with a smile, "As long as brother Chen cures my grandma, we can just set fire to half the village." On the side, Wang Danqian laughed and scolded, "Are you sick? You set fire to the village. What are you doing?" Liu Heitao scratched his head and said with a smile, "I'm just excited." Su Chen smiled. These people have a good relationship with each other. At this time, in the old house of Liu Heitao's grandmother and Hangmei, a luxury car was parked outside the yard. In the main room, 3 people surrounded the bed. Among them, a young man with a proud face said to a middle-aged man, "Uncle, don't worry. This time I invited the most famous doctor in our Yicheng. With his help, grandma's illness will definitely be cured." This young man is called Wang Qingshan. The person who was talking to him was Hangmu's youngest son, Ji Lianhei, Liu Heitao's uncle. The miracle doctor mentioned by Wang Qingshan was Lu Daokan. Ji Lianhei was shocked when he heard Wang Qingshan's introduction. He immediately clasped his fists and bowed. "So old sir, you are the miracle doctor Lu Daokan on the saint hand list. I'm so sorry." "That's great. With you here, my mother can finally be saved." Lu Daokan stroked his beard and smiled. "Don't worry. I will do my best." Ji Lianhei was very excited. He turned around and said to Wang Qingshan, "Qingshan, in fact, your cousin Heitao is coming here today too." Heitao said that he also found a miracle doctor who can cure your grandmother's illness. Hearing Ji Lianhei's words, Wang Qingshan smiled coldly. "Uncle, just listen to what my cousin said. The Liu family is average. What good doctor can they find? Besides, the best miracle doctor in Yicheng is LV Daokan, Mr. Lu. No matter who he calls, he can't compare to Mr. Lu. I guess this kid is just pretending to be filial." Wang Qingshan curled his lips. And Hangmei has 2 daughters and 1 son, all of whom are very filial. However, the 2 daughters have been fighting since they were young. The 2 sisters have been at odds since they were young, and even the next generation, Wang Qingshan and Liu Heitao, don't like each other. Therefore, Wang Qingshan despises Liu Heitao. Uncle Ji Lianhei smiled. For him, the 2 nephews are all flesh and blood, so he can't say anything. Anyway, this is also Heitao's filial piety. Ji Lianhei said with a smile, "Let's stop chatting, and let Dr. Lu treat your grandma." Wang Qingshan hurriedly said respectfully, "Drive Lu, everything is up to you." "You're welcome." Lu Daokan smiled faintly, and walked directly to the bed. On the bed, an old lady was lying peacefully. She had a ruddy complexion and a natural look, as if she was asleep. Lu Daokan put his hand on the old lady's wrist and closed his eyes to check. After a while, he frowned slightly. On the side, Wang Qingshan and Ji Lianhei, their hearts tightened. Lu Daokan let go of Hangmo's wrist and went to check her eyes and tongue. After checking for a long time, Lu Daokan's brows became tighter and tighter. "Drive Lu, what's the situation with my grandma?" Wang Qingshan asked curiously. Lu Daokan frowned and said, "Very strange." Ji Lianhei interrupted and asked, "Very strange? How do you mean?" Lu Daokan explained, "There is nothing wrong with the old lady's body, except for some minor old age diseases. There are no major problems. But for some reason, she fell into a coma. Don't worry, I'll try to wake her up." Then, Lu Daokan turned around and took out the silver needles from his body. Not long after, Anhangmo's body was filled with silver needles by Lu Daoken. However, Anhangmo still didn't move. This set of acupuncture methods for refreshing the mind doesn't work, Lu Daoken murmured. Then, he pulled out all the silver needles again and inserted them according to another set of acupuncture methods. As a result, Anhangmo still didn't move. This acupuncture method that stimulates pain doesn't work. Lu Daoken's face became more confused. I'll try another set. After that, Lu Daoken tried one set of acupuncture methods after another on Anhangmo. The result was undoubtedly that none of them worked. White sweat has already appeared on Lu Daoken's head. He feels that he has been unlucky recently. In the past few years, he has not encountered too many difficult cases. But recently, the patients he cannot cure have come one after another. Qin King Mui of the Tiger Guard is one, Li Changqing is one, and this Anhangmo is the same. I can only try one by one. What if by chance, which set of acupuncture methods can work? Lu Daoken made up his mind. At this time, Wanqiu was a little anxious. He had already seen that Lu Daoken seemed helpless against his grandmother's illness. But he had already boasted to his uncle Ji Lianhei. If Lu Daoken could not cure his grandmother, he would naturally be embarrassed. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Uncle, I'm here. It was Liu Heitao. Hearing this voice, Wanqiu's face changed. Ji Lianhei was about to go out. Wanqiu hurriedly stopped him and said, Uncle, you stay here to watch grandma. I'll go out and take a look. As he spoke, Wanqiu rushed out. Anhangmo's house, outside the gate. Liu Heitao and others took the gifts from the car and were about to step into the house. At this time, a figure suddenly blocked the door. It was Wanqiu. Liu Heitao's face suddenly became a little gloomy. Since he was a child, his cousin Wanqiu often bullied him. After growing up, the relationship between the two was naturally not very good. Cousin Liu Heitao was still polite and called out. Then, he ignored Wanqiu and wanted to take Su Chen and others into the house. Wait a minute. Wanqiu stopped him. Why did you bring so many people to grandma's house? Don't you know that grandma needs to rest? Liu Heitao's face sank and said, I brought a miracle doctor to see grandma. No need. Wanqiu sneered. I have found a miracle doctor and grandma will wake up soon. You go back. Then, Wanqiu was about to drive people out. Liu Heitao's expression changed. Chapter 359 Wanqiu's little thoughts. Liu Heitao's face was ugly. Wanqiu, what do you mean? Liu Heitao asked. Wanqiu smiled coldly. I don't mean anything. I invited a miracle doctor to wake up grandma immediately. The doctor you invited from who knows where is useless. Liu Heitao's face was happy. You mean, grandma woke up? Wanqiu's expression was slightly stunned, and he said with a stiff upper lip, that is about to wake up. Humph. Liu Heitao snorted angrily. It turns out that the doctor you invited didn't wake up grandma at all. Then why are you stopping us? Get out of the way. As he said this, Liu Heitao was about to take Su Chen and others in. Originally, Liu Heitao and Wanqiu didn't get along well. If the doctor Wanqiu invited failed and Su Chen cured grandma, Wanqiu would lose face. Liu Heitao was very excited, and Wanqiu suddenly became more anxious. He directly stretched out his hand to block and blocked Liu Heitao and others. You can't go in. Liu Heitao asked angrily. Why? Gao Tingting also looked dissatisfied. Why are you like this? We are here to treat grandma. What is your intention in stopping us like this? Wanqiu rolled his eyes slightly and said, do you know who the miracle doctor I invited is? Liu Heitao looked disdainful. Who? I don't believe that his medical skills are better than Su Chen's. Wanqiu sneered. Tell it, I'll scare you to death. This time, the miracle doctor I invited for grandma is Lu Daoken. Old Lu is a miracle doctor on the Saint Hand list, and he is also the only miracle doctor on the list in our Yicheng. He can be called the #1 miracle doctor in Yicheng. With him, grandma will definitely wake up. When he treats people, he hates being disturbed by others the most, especially doctors in the same field. You take the doctor to see grandma. Isn't this a provocation to him? Hurry up and leave. Take this miracle doctor Su Chen away too. After Wang Qingshan finished speaking, Liu Heitao and others were stunned. Although they had seen Su Chen's medical skills last night, but it was just an external injury after all. They didn't know about Su Chen's other medical skills. Compared with the long-established miracle doctor like Lu Daokan, Su Chen's qualifications seemed to be weaker. Liu Heitao and others were immediately indignant. It turned out to be Miracle Dr. Lu. I heard that Miracle Dr. Lu ranks high on the Saint Hand list. Yes. If Miracle Dr. Lu takes action, Heitao, your grandma might really wake up. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang said one by one, which made Liu Heitao a little shaken. However, since Su Chen was here, it would be unreasonable not to let him go to see grandma. Thinking of this, Liu Heitao said to Wang Qingshan, cousin, can we do this? We don't say Mr. Su is a miracle doctor, but just say that we are here to visit grandma, okay? No. Wang Qingshan shook his head immediately. People with great abilities have bad tempers. This is the rule of Miracle Dr. Lu. When he treats patients, there can't be any colleagues around him. If he knows, it will be a bad scene, but he may become an enemy with us. You better leave quickly. Now, Wang Qingshan just wants to drive Liu Heitao and others away. Otherwise, Lu Daokan will not cure An Hongmei, but Su Chen, who was invited by Liu Heitao, will cure her by luck. Liu Heitao looked helpless. He turned to look at Su Chen and was about to persuade him. At this time, Su Chen said coldly, then Lu Daokan, there is such a broken rule. How come I don't know? Liu Heitao was stunned. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang also looked at Su Chen in shock. Wang Qingshan said angrily, who do you think you are? You dare to question Dr. Lu? Do I need to explain his rules to you? Su Chen sneered, you ask Lu Daokan to come out and ask him if he dares to call himself a doctor in front of me. Liu Heitao's face changed. Now, Lu Daokan is treating his grandmother. If he gets angry because of Su Chen's attitude, it will be bad. Boy, you are too arrogant. Wang Qingshan scolded. Although he was angry, he was secretly happy in his heart. If Lu Daokan took the opportunity to get away, he could put the blame on Liu Heitao. Anyway, it was the people he invited who offended Lu Daokan. On the side, Gao Tingting also hurriedly pulled Su Chen's sleeve. Su Chen, Dr. Lu is very powerful. Don't talk nonsense. He has saved many big figures in Yicheng. If you offend him, you will not be able to move in Yicheng in the future. Unable to move? Su Chen sneered. He shouted directly into the house. LV Daokan, come out. Su Chen's voice was very loud. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Liu Heitao's face was full of anxiety. He didn't expect that Su Chen would be so angry and confront Lu Daokan directly. If Lu Daokan stopped treating his grandmother because of Su Chen, he would be in trouble. Brother Chen. Liu Heitao wanted to persuade him. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. On the side, Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang were very anxious. This is to treat a disease and save a life, which is different from the fight last night. The Yan family is afraid that you have a strong martial arts practice, so they naturally have to give in. However, Lu Daokan is a doctor. If he is unwilling to treat, it will be Liu Heitao's grandmother who will be uncomfortable. Everyone was very anxious, but Wang Qingshan was happy in his heart. He pointed at Su Chen and pretended to be angry and said, you stinky boy, how dare you insult the divine Dr. Lu? If he stops treating my grandmother, it will be your and Liu Heitao's responsibility. At this moment, there was a sound of urgent footsteps from the door. Snap, snap, snap. Everyone turned around and saw an old man with grey hair running over anxiously. It was the miracle doctor, Lu Daokan. Wang Qingshan's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said angrily, Liu Heitao, you've made a big mistake. Look at how the person you invited has made Miracle Dr. Lu angry. Lu Daokan ran to the crowd quickly, staring at Su Chen. Liu Heitao was about to excuse Su Chen. Mission Dr. Lu, please forgive me. At this time, snap. Lu Daokan knelt directly in front of Su Chen. Master, please accept my disciples' worship. Lu Daokan shouted loudly. In an instant, the whole yard was instantly quiet. Su Chen. He was actually Lu Daokan's master? Lu Daokan actually kowtowed to greet him when he saw him? Liu Heitao, who was about to apologize for Su Chen, opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang were also stunned. Wang Qingshan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He still had a lot of things he wanted to say to stir up trouble, but now he kept them all to himself. Su Chen looked at Lu Daokan in front of him and smiled coldly. This old man is quite good at taking advantage of others. Last time, when they were treating Li Changqing, they made a bet. If Su Chen cured Li Changqing, Lu Daokan would kneel down and kowtow to him and call him master. Unexpectedly, after kowtowed last time, Lu Daokan still knelt down and called him master when he saw him today. It seems that this guy really wants to cling to Su Chen's thigh. Su Chen smiled coldly and asked, Lu Daokan, you have a lot of rules. When you are seeing a patient, you don't allow the doctor to see you or disturb you. Lu Daokan raised his head and said in confusion, Master, I don't have such rules. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were cast on Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan's lie was exposed on the spot. His face turned red. I'm afraid that you will disturb Dr. Lu. How would I know that the Su Chen you invited is Dr. Lu's master? Liu Heitao reacted and immediately scolded. What the hell? You must be afraid that Su Chen I invited will cure grandma and lose your face. Wang Qingshan, you are really great. Just to be angry with me, you even dare to mess with the matter of treating grandma. Wang Qingshan's face was embarrassed. Liu Heitao was so angry that he wanted to hit him, but Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang hurriedly pulled him back. At this time, Su Chen looked at Lu Daokan. You get up first. Didn't you solve the patient's coma? Lu Daokan thanked him, stood up, and said, the patient in Hangmo's condition is too strange. There is nothing wrong with her body, and she is still very healthy, but she just can't wake up. Su Chen nodded. Let's go in and take a look first. As they spoke, everyone walked towards the main house. Gao Tingting hurriedly approached Su Chen and asked what was going on. Su Chen simply told everyone about treating Li Changqing, and everyone was amazed. It turned out that Su Chen's medical skills were better than Lu Daokan's. Lu Daokan was not ashamed, but proudly said, my master's medical skills are not only better than mine, but also better than the top 3 doctors on the saint hand list. There is only a difference between kneeling down once and countless times. After kneeling down to Su Chen twice, Lu Daokan also became Su Chen's licking dog. When everyone heard it, they were even more shocked. Wang Qingshan was ashamed and followed behind everyone with his head down. He was very jealous. Why could Liu Heitao meet a doctor like Su Chen? And he finally invited Lu Daokan, but he still failed. Su Chen and others walked into the room. Looking up, they saw An Hangmei on the bed and Ji Lianhei beside the bed. Ji Lianhei was a little surprised to see so many people coming in. Liu Heitao hurried forward and introduced them briefly. However, he also gave Wang Qingshan face and did not tell him his dirty thoughts. When Ji Lianhei heard that Su Chen was a miracle doctor, he was very grateful and took Su Chen to An Hangmei's bedside. Su Chen immediately examined An Hangmei. A quick look showed that An Hangmei's body did not have any organic lesions. Su Chen's mind moved, and a huge amount of mental power gushed out from the Niwen Palace, covering An Hangmei. Today, Su Chen's mental power is much more accurate than the high-tech equipment in the hospital. The next second, Su Chen was stunned. Chapter 360, 1 million in liquidated damages? I paid it. Su Chen was stunned because he found a large group of vitality in An Hangmei's body. Generally speaking, people who are sick have lesions in their bodies, and all kinds of problems will occur in various organs of the body. But An Hangmei does not have these problems. On the contrary, her body is already very healthy compared to the elderly of the same age. What is even more surprising is that this vitality in her body obviously does not belong to her. Moreover, the reason why An Hangmei is unconscious is precisely because of this. This is just like when a person is too excited, the brain will actively go into shock to protect itself. It is definitely difficult to find out the cause using conventional medical methods. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Ji Lianhei on the side hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Mr. Su, how is my mother? Su Chen smiled and said, the old lady's body has no problems, you don't have to worry. Then why didn't she wake up? Ji Lianhei asked. Su Chen said. There is a large group of vitality in the old man's body, and her body can't digest it at all. Everyone was a little puzzled. Liu Heitao asked directly, Brother Chen, you should be able to wake my grandmother up, right? Su Chen smiled. That's not a big problem. Ji Lianhei was overjoyed. Then please trouble Mr. Su to wake up my mother quickly. Su Chen nodded. He took out the silver needle and inserted it into the place where the old lady's vitality was stagnant. Then, Su Chen used his energy to help Bincheng dissolve the vitality and guide it out of her body. Not long. Su Chen pulled out the silver needle. After a while, a cough sounded, and Bincheng slowly opened her eyes. Ji Lianhei was ecstatic. Mom, you're awake, Mom. Everyone was delighted. Liu Heitao was even more excited. Brother Chen, you're so awesome. Now, my mom is going to praise me. Gao Tingting also approached Su Chen and pouted. I didn't expect that your medical skills are really amazing. Su Chen smiled and said, I'm amazing in many ways. You'll know later. Gao Tingting was stunned, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, Gao Tingting blushed and stepped hard on Su Chen. You bastard. After she finished cursing, she ran away with a red face. Su Chen was confused. What the hell? How am I a bastard? Only Wanqiu had a look of joy and embarrassment on his face at this moment. Now, Su Chen actually cured his grandmother. If he had really driven Su Chen away just now, wouldn't he have become a sinner? Thinking of this, Wanqiu felt even more ashamed. At this time, Bincheng on the hospital bed asked, Lianhei, what happened to me? Ji Lianhei said, Mom, you have been in a coma for several days, and several hospitals couldn't help. In the end, it was your grandson Heitao who asked a miracle doctor to wake you up. Good. Heitao is a filial child. Bincheng praised, then turned to look at everyone. She looked at Lu Daoken and thanked him. This old gentleman must be the miracle doctor who saved me. Thank you. Lu Daoken's face turned red, and he hurriedly said, Old lady, I'm not well educated, and could not save you. It was my master, Mr. Su Chen, who saved you. Bincheng looked at Su Chen and was stunned. She did not expect that Lu Daoken's master was only a young man in his 20s. Little miracle doctor, thank you for saving me. Bincheng hurriedly thanked him. Su Chen smiled and said, Old lady, you are too polite. Heitao and I are friends, and it is my duty to treat you. Bincheng's face was full of smiles. At this time, Su Chen's mind moved, and he asked, Old lady, I want to ask you something. Before you fell into a coma, did you go to any special place? Or did you eat anything special? Bincheng's eyes showed a thoughtful look. No, she said, generally speaking, I just stay near home, and haven't been to any special places. As for eating, I think I ate a fish that the third brother sent me during those 2 days. I still remember that the meat was very tender. Su Chen looked at Ji Lianhei. Ji Lianhei said quickly, the third brother my mother mentioned is my third uncle. He also lives in our village. There is a pond at home with a lot of fish in it. Every now and then, he would send one to my house. At this point, Ji Lianhei's face changed. He asked quickly, Mr. Su, are you saying that my third uncle poisoned the fish? No. Ji Lianhei shook his head repeatedly. My third uncle GD is a very honest and loyal person, and he has a very good relationship with my family. He wouldn't. Su Chen smiled. Don't be afraid, the old lady is not poisoned. I just want to find out the reason, nothing else. Ji Lianhei was relieved. He said, Mr. Su, let Heitao take you to find my third uncle. If you have any questions, you can ask him directly. Su Chen nodded. Then, Ji Lianhei prepared to cook for Su Chen and the others and thank them. Su Chen followed Liu Heitao to find GD. On the way, Liu Heitao asked, Brother Chen, what's wrong with my grandma? It's really not my third uncle who poisoned the fish? Su Chen smiled. Have you read too many novels and watched too many TV shows? Why are there so many messed up plots? Liu Heitao smiled and said in confusion, then why are you looking for my third uncle? That's right. Gao Tingting also looked like a curious baby. Su Chen explained, your grandma fainted because there was a ball of vitality in her body. But I don't know where that ball of vitality came from. Your grandma has never been to other places, nor has she eaten anything else. The only doubt is the fish sent by your third uncle. I feel that either your third uncle's fish is problematic or the pond is problematic. Liu Heitao's eyes suddenly lit up and asked, Brother Chen, you said that it was a ball of vitality. Is this a good thing? Su Chen shook his head and said, whether it is a good thing or not depends on who it is. If it is for a martial arts cultivator, this ball of vitality may have other uses. But if it is an ordinary person, like your grandma, she will faint and sleep forever. Liu Heitao was stunned. That's right. This thing sounds powerful, but it is harmful to ordinary people. Led by Liu Heitao, everyone quickly approached a large pond. This is my third uncle's pond. When I was a child, I swam in it. Liu Heitao introduced. Just as he was about to continue the introduction, Su Chen suddenly raised his finger. Shh. Liu Heitao was stunned. Then, everyone heard a quarrel. Several people hurriedly approached. They could hear a young voice and an old voice arguing. Didn't I tell you? From now on, everything in this pond belongs to me. You are not allowed to touch anything here, said the young voice. The old voice retorted, I gave your aunt and neighbors 1 or 2 fish. What's wrong? What's wrong? I said no, so it's no. The young voice was very aggressive. I'm telling you, I've already sold this pond to someone else. I sold it for 300,000, and everything here belongs to someone else. The old voice suddenly became anxious. This is my pond. Even if you are my son, you are not qualified to sell it. The young voice said, anyway, I've already sold it. I've already received the money they gave me, and the contract has been signed. The penalty is 1 million. If you don't sell it, you pay the penalty. Suddenly, the old voice trembled with anger. You. Liu Heitao immediately said anxiously, this is my third uncle GD, and his crooked son Ji Liancheng. Su Chen nodded. He took the lead and stepped out, saying, 1 million in liquidated damages, right? I paid it. Chapter 361. If he doesn't learn his lesson, just beat him up. Su Chen's voice suddenly appeared. The 2 people who were still arguing were startled. When GD and Ji Liancheng turned around and saw Su Chen and others, they were a little puzzled. Third uncle, Uncle Liancheng, this is my friend Su Chen. He is a miracle doctor and just saved my grandma. Liu Heitao stepped forward to introduce. GD was immediately happy. Zhou Tao, your grandma is awake. That's great. You don't know, I was scared these days. I was always worried that my fish had caused my sister-in-law to get food poisoning. If your grandma has an accident, I will never be at peace in my life. As he spoke, GD's eyes were a little red. It seems that he is sincere. On the side, Ji Liancheng said casually, Heitao, what do you mean by this friend? I was talking to your third uncle, and he interrupted. How can he be so ignorant? Liu Heitao looked at Ji Liancheng with some disgust. Third uncle GD had a child relatively late, and he was honest and kind, so he spoiled his child a little. Finally, Ji Liancheng never worked properly, and was lazy every day. In addition, Ji Liancheng was not much older than Liu Heitao, so Liu Heitao did not respect him much. Uncle Liancheng, we didn't mean to listen to you, but the sound of you and my third uncle arguing can be heard by half of the village. Brother Chen just couldn't bear to see the child arguing with his parents like this, so he made a joke to mediate. Liu Heitao said in a gloomy way. Ji Liancheng's face rose. However, at this time, Su Chen spoke again. I'm not kidding. I will pay 10 million to buy this pond. 1 million is for you, and the penalty for breach of contract. The other 9 million, you can stay. GD was stunned and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, no, no. This pond is not worth so much money. Su Chen smiled and said, Mr. G, this pond is not worth so much in your hands, but in my hands, it is worth 10 million. In an instant, GD was also tempted. He was just an old man from the countryside, and he didn't know much. In his opinion, even if he had to pay a penalty of 1 million for the 10 million, there would still be 9 million left. This money was enough for him to buy Ji Liancheng a good house in Yicheng. Even if the remaining money was used to earn interest, it would be enough for Ji Liancheng to get by. Okay, then I'll sell it to you. GD was about to agree. At this moment, Ji Liansheng frowned and said, "No. I won't sell it even for 10 million. Get out. Get out now." As he spoke, he was about to kick everyone out. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Ji Liansheng. Obviously, there was something wrong with this guy. He wouldn't sell it even for 10 million, which meant there must be something behind it. It was very likely that the pond was not sold for 300,000 yuan at all, and the penalty was not 1 million. Su Chen looked at Ji Liansheng coldly and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, Mr. Ji, you won't sell it, even if you pay 10 million. What's your reason?" "No reason. My things, I can sell them or not," Ji Liansheng said angrily. "Are you going to leave or not? If not, don't blame me for being rude." Su Chen sneered, "I want to see how you are rude." "Okay, you wait." Ji Liansheng walked aside, took out his mobile phone, and started calling people. On the side, GD said with a worried look, "Hey Teo, take your friends away quickly. Your uncle Liansheng is not a good person, and is hanging out with others outside. He knows Wang Long. He is in a gang in Yicheng, and is very good at fighting. You should leave quickly." Su Chen said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, old man. It's okay." On the side, Liu Heiteo also advised, "Third uncle, my brother Chen is very powerful. No matter whether it is Wang Long or Wang Hu, he is not good enough in fighting." Liu Heiteo is full of confidence in Su Chen. GD sighed, looking helpless. At this time, Ji Liansheng came back again. "Want to leave now? It's too late." He looked fierce. Not long after, several horns sounded. Several black business cars drove up quickly. Ji Liansheng waved repeatedly. Suddenly, several cars quickly surrounded Su Chen and others. Ji Liansheng smiled proudly. "Boy, my brother Long is here. Try to be crazy with me again." He ran to the front of the first car and led down a strong man with sunglasses, bare arms and a dragon head tattoo. This man was Ji Liansheng's eldest brother, Wang Long. More than a dozen people also came down from the remaining cars. Everyone held a stick in his hand. Wang Long snorted coldly, with a look of disgust. "What the hell is this place? Little G, who the hell are you going to fuck? Hurry up and tell me. We're done. You'll treat us." Ji Liansheng nodded immediately. "Of course. Brother Long." As he spoke, he led Wang Long to Su Chen and the others. Ji Liansheng pointed at Su Chen and said proudly, "Brother Long, it's this bastard who tried to buy my things by force. You should teach him a lesson." Su Chen looked at Wang Long coldly. However, when Wang Long saw Su Chen, he was stunned. Then, as if he couldn't believe it, he took off his sunglasses and stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Ji Liansheng urged, "Brother Long, it's this bastard. You should fuck him." Wang Long swallowed his saliva and his body trembled a little. Ji Liansheng continued to urge, "You don't have to fuck him to death. Just beat him half to death. I'll beat you to death." Wang Long cursed angrily, turned around and slapped Ji Liansheng in the face. Bang! Ji Liansheng turned around in a circle, looking confused. Everyone else was also stunned. "Brother Long, why did you hit me?" Ji Liansheng covered his face, looking confused. At this time, Wang Long was too lazy to pay attention to him, but ran directly to Su Chen. Bang! Wang Long knelt on the ground. "Mr. Su, please forgive me. I really didn't know that Ji Liansheng, this bastard, asked me to hit you." Su Chen was also surprised. He asked, "Do you know me?" Wang Long lowered his head and said, "In the Emperor's Palace Club, I followed my brothers to besiege you." "But," Su Chen suddenly laughed dumbly. It turned out that when he took Liu Yaoqi to the Emperor's Palace Club to find trouble with Jiuo Qian, he beat a bunch of Jiuo Qian's men. Among them, there was actually this Wang Long. After the battle that day, Wang Long naturally knew how powerful Su Chen was. Even Jiuo Qian had to kneel down to Su Chen. So what was he? Wang Long trembled all over, fearing that Su Chen would kill him directly. On the side, Ji Liansheng trembled all over. He didn't expect that his big brother would be so humble in front of Su Chen. Who is this guy Liu Heiteo brought? Ji Liansheng was puzzled. Su Chen glanced at Wang Long, pointed at Ji Liansheng and said, "Get up. Help me keep an eye on him. I want to ask a few questions." To deal with a small fry like Ji Liansheng, Wang Long is the best. Wang Long immediately stood up and kicked Ji Liansheng. My big brother's big brother wants to ask you a question. You fucking answer it well. If you dare to say anything nonsense, I will kill you. Ji Lianqing was so scared that he trembled and said with a sad face, okay, ask. Su Chen smiled faintly. It turns out that there is always someone who can defeat someone else. What's the matter with this pond? Who did you sell it to? Su Chen asked coldly. Ji Lianqing looked hesitant, as if he didn't want to say it. Wang Long raised his hand suddenly, as if he was going to hit him. Ji Lianqing said quickly, it's the Yan family. Yan Bo Tu, the second master of the Yan family, gave me 5 million and asked me to find a way to sell this pond to him. Everyone was stunned. It turned out to be the Yan family, the first family in Yicheng. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the Yan family also saw the extraordinariness of this pond? Or was it that the Yan family was working for others? GD was very angry. You rebellious son, you sold it for 5 million. Why didn't you tell me? You even lied to me and said it was 300,000. What do you want to do? Ji Lianqing was embarrassed. I said 300,000. Then the remaining 4.7 million. Aren't they all mine? Su Chen asked. Then why? I gave you 10 million. You didn't let your dad sell it? Ji Lianqing glanced at GD and said, even if you give me 10 million, my dad will only use a few million to buy me a house and then find me a wife and a job. For the rest of the money, he will definitely give me a death date, give me a little interest every month, and won't let me touch a penny. In that case, what does the 10 million have to do with me? It's better to get 4.7 million. Everyone suddenly realized. GD was so angry that his teeth itched. You little bastard. I'm doing this for your own good, and you didn't even know about it, and you still wanted to lie to me. All the truth was revealed. Su Chen said to Wang Long in a cold voice, Wang Long, from now on you will keep an eye on Ji Lianqing for me. In the future, if he continues to fool around with you and doesn't learn his lesson, I will hold you accountable. Wang Long was startled. He said quickly, don't worry. From now on, I will assign 2 people to keep an eye on him. If he doesn't behave himself, I will beat him up immediately. GD was overjoyed when he heard it. Okay. Who said that there are no good people among the gangsters? Look at this Wang Long, forcing my son to learn his lesson. And Ji Lianqing's face instantly turned the color of liver. Chapter 362. My master treats patients. Just like that. Facing Su Chen's order, Wang Long looked serious. This is a big brother who is even more powerful than Ji Yuoqian. If you don't listen to Ji Yuoqian's order, you may just not be able to survive. If you dare to disobey this person's order, you will most likely not survive. On the side, GD was very excited. Over the years, he has tried various ways to help his son Ji Lianqing learn well, but none of them worked. But now, with Wang Long helping him to watch, Ji Lianqing can't learn bad things, even if he wants to. Suddenly, a world where only Ji Lianqing was hurt appeared. Looking at Ji Lianqing's miserable face, Liu Hateo and others couldn't help laughing. GD looked at Su Chen and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Su. You spent a lot of money to buy our pond and help my son learn well. How can I thank you? Su Chen smiled. Old man, you don't have to thank me. I should thank you. There is something I need in your pond. Su Chen did not hide it. Just now, when he walked to the front of this pond, he had already searched the pond with his mental power. Under the pond, he found a treasure. GD looked puzzled. Besides fish, what else is there in my pond? Su Chen smiled. Then, he stretched out his hand towards the water. Vigorous vitality surged out, and a strong suction force suddenly emerged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of breaking water were heard. Everyone was stunned, as if they were looking at a fairy. Su Chen smiled and spread his hands. Suddenly, 3 water droplets as big as soybeans appeared in Su Chen's hands. Isn't this water droplets? No, it's not water droplets. This seems to be solid. It looks like water droplets, but more like soft candy. Everyone talked about it. Su Chen smiled and said, this thing is called Linquent Diru. It is not a spiritual medicine, but it can be used in conjunction with spiritual medicine. If ordinary people eat it, they may not be able to be replenished. But in the hands of those who know the business, it can enhance the medicinal properties when refining medicine. Everyone on the side suddenly realized. At this time, Liu Heitao said, I understand. Did the fish my grandma ate eat this stuff? So, she fainted for so long? That's right. Su Chen nodded. Generally speaking, the production of linguine milk is very small. Moreover, fish will not take the initiative to eat this thing. So, grandma fainted by chance, eating the fish that accidentally ate linguine milk. Everyone nodded. Su Chen said to GD, Old G, you can continue to use this pond. I will set up a formation below to prevent the fish from accidentally eating linguine milk. GD was stunned. Wow, this won't work. You bought this fish pond, how can I use it again? No. GD is also an honest old man. Su Chen smiled and said, this kind of linguine milk is produced very slowly, and this pond is just sitting there. You just think of it as watching the pond for me. If someone wants to pump water and find this thing in the future, just notify me. GD looked embarrassed and agreed. Su Chen didn't say anything more. He simply arranged a formation to prevent the fish from accidentally eating it again. After transferring the money to GD, everyone returned to Enhangma's house. Liu Heitao asked doubtfully, Brother Chen, since this linguine earth milk is so precious, can you not stay here to watch it? Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. The output of linguine earth milk is relatively small. I don't know how long it took to accumulate these 3 in my hand, plus the one your grandmother accidentally ate. I don't know when new linguine earth milk will be produced later. In addition, I can easily find the linguine earth milk, because I have a strong mental power. Ordinary martial arts practitioners must drain the water and search carefully for a long time to find it in the pond. Although Liu Heitao didn't understand what he meant, he was at least relieved. Everyone quickly returned to Enhangmu's house. Liu Heitao explained the whole thing. Ji Lionhe sighed. Oh, so that's what happened. Third uncle also did a bad thing with good intentions. Enhangmu didn't mention it again, but said happily, your third uncle should be happy if Liancheng can learn well in the future. Liu Heitao laughed and said, but my uncle Liancheng is not happy. Grandma, you didn't see that his face turned green. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Ji Lionhe was very happy. He killed a chicken and a duck and cooked a large table of food. GD came again and brought fish and bacon from his home, and Ji Lionhe cooked them together. Everyone ate happily. Only Wang Qingshan was worried, afraid that Liu Heitao would mention his dirty thoughts. However, Liu Heitao had a good character and was afraid that his grandmother would be sad after knowing it, so he didn't mention it again. And Hangmei was happy, picking up dishes for the 2 grandchildren and praising them for being filial. Wang Qingshan's face was full of shame. In the meal, everyone enjoyed it very much except Wang Qingshan. After dinner, Wang Qingshan found an excuse and ran away. But Lu Daokan, like he was clinging to Su Chen, refused to leave. Let's go fishing in the afternoon, Gao Tingting suggested. Everyone had no objection. Everyone was in high spirits and prepared things. At this time, Liu Heitao smiled and said, it's a pity that Jinxuan didn't come because of something. When we show him the photos later, he will definitely be envious. Gao Tingting asked, what is Jinxuan busy with? Why doesn't he come? Liu Heitao said, I don't know. He said something happened at home. Call him and ask him. Wang Danqiang said. Liu Heitao thought about it and called Jinxuan. Jinxuan, what are you busy with? If it's nothing serious, come to our grandmother's house. What? Liu Heitao's face suddenly changed and his tone became hurried. Okay. Don't worry, we'll be there right away. Brother Chen is also here. He is very good at medicine. Let him go too. Everyone was shocked. After hanging up the phone, everyone hurriedly asked, what happened? Liu Heitao said, Brother Chen, Jinxuan's father was in a car accident and has been admitted to the ICU. Moreover, the situation is not optimistic. What? Everyone was shocked. Gao Tingting said anxiously, let's go and see him. Su Chen nodded. Let's go quickly. Maybe we can help. Yes, yes. Liu Heitao nodded immediately. Brother Chen's medical skills are very powerful. If we go to the hospital, we may be able to help. Everyone immediately lost the idea of fishing and said goodbye and ran to the hospital. When everyone arrived at Jicheng Central Hospital, He Jingxuan was accompanying a middle-aged woman with a sad face. This woman was He Jingxuan's mother Dufang. Jingxuan, Aunt Du. Everyone stepped forward and greeted him. He Jingxuan saw Su Chen and others coming and quickly stood up. He introduced his mother. Dufang thanked him. Thank you for coming to visit Liu He. Jingxuan, how is your father now? Liu Heitao asked. He Jingxuan showed a trace of sadness in his eyes. The situation is not very good now. She has been sent to the ICU for half a day, and the doctors are still trying to save her, but they say the situation is very bad. Besides, a critical illness notice has been issued. At this point, He Jingxuan was about to cry. At this time, Su Chen said, I'll go and see. He Jingxuan was shocked. Brother Chen, although your medical skills are great, there are doctors from the central hospital rescuing her here, and they probably won't let you in. On the side, Liu Heitao advised, Jingxuan, you should let Brother Chen save your uncle. He is a great doctor. My grandmother fainted, and several hospitals couldn't cure her. In the end, it was Brother Chen who saved her. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang also advised. Immediately, Dufang was also a little moved. Son, let's ask the doctor. Let Su Chen go in and take a look. Yeah. He Jingxuan hurriedly walked to the ICU. Then I'll trouble Brother Chen. At this moment, a middle-aged doctor with glasses came out. Director Zhao. He Jingxuan hurried forward and said this idea. What? Director Zhao glared after hearing this. Let your doctor treat the patient. Are you kidding? He Jingxuan looked embarrassed. Director Zhao, my friend is not an ordinary person. He is a miracle doctor. Director Zhao's face looked grim. He is a miracle doctor. Then we are all quacks? I've heard of people bringing their own wine to a restaurant and bringing their own soap to a bathhouse, but I've never heard of bringing their own doctor to a hospital. This is nonsense. If something happens to your father, should you blame your friend or us? He Jingxuan looked embarrassed. Su Chen stepped forward and said calmly, if there is any problem, I will take responsibility. Director Zhao looked disdainful. You take responsibility? Can you afford it? You are not good at talking, but you are not reliable. Which medical school did you graduate from? How many operations have you performed? How many papers have you published? Su Chen frowned and said, without these things, can't you treat patients? Hua Tuo, Bianc, Sun Simuo, did they ever have these things? Director Zhao snorted coldly, with your ability, are you qualified to compare with those people? In today's society, if you want to be a doctor, you have to look at the school background, the papers, and the number of operations. Without these, why are you pretending to be a miracle doctor? Before Su Chen could speak, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. Bullshit. My master treats people. Why does he need to look at those messy things? I didn't graduate from a medical school, and I haven't written a paper, so does that mean I can't treat people? Director Zhao was annoyed and cursed. Without these, you are just a country doctor, a barefoot doctor, you. Suddenly, he shut his mouth. Because the person in front of him was the #1 doctor in Yicheng, Lu Daokan. Chapter 363, Spiritual Spring Milk. Mr. Lu. Director Zhao was suddenly stunned. The Lu Daokan in front of him was the most famous doctor in Yicheng. In the medical system of Yicheng, Lu Daokan's reputation was known to everyone. After all, he was the only doctor in Yicheng who was on the saint hand list. It can be said that Lu Daokan was the ultimate goal of doctors in Yicheng. However, at this moment, Lu Daokan not only came out to speak for the young man in front of him, but also called him Master. Mr. Lu, are you right? This young man is your master? Director Zhao stuttered. Lu Daokan said proudly, what's wrong? Can't I, Lu Daokan, have a master? Mr. Su can agree to accept me as a disciple, which is a blessing accumulated by my ancestors for 8 generations. Director Zhao looked confused. He felt that there must be something wrong with his ears. On the other side, He Jingxuan and his mother Dufang were also dumbfounded. They didn't know what happened at Hangmo's house today. So, seeing Lu Daokan calling Su Chen master at this time really shocked them. But more of them were surprises. Lu Daokan glared and scolded, get out of the way. Let my master go in and treat the patient. Oh. Director Zhao nodded quickly and dared not to stop him. At this moment, the door of the ICU suddenly opened. Several doctors and nurses came out with the hospital bed. On the bed, a middle-aged man had stopped breathing. This man looked 7 points like He Jingsun. He was He Jingsun's father He Weicheng. Li Hong, a young female doctor from the central hospital, walked towards Director Zhao. She walked up to Director Zhao and said with regret, "Director Zhao, the patient didn't hold on." He Jingsun and Du Fang suddenly felt their eyes go dark. Du Fang's body softened. "Ah. Old He." He Jingsun quickly supported her. "Mom." Everyone was in chaos. Director Zhao said with regret, "Two family members, we have tried our best, sorry." At this moment, Du Fang could no longer hear. Her eyes were dull, and she fell to the ground. He Jingsun didn't care about Director Zhao, but took care of his mother. Su Chen frowned slightly and stretched out his mental power. Suddenly, he said, "Jingsun, auntie, don't worry. Uncle is not dead yet, there is still hope." At this time, everyone looked at Su Chen. Du Fang was the most excited. She grabbed Su Chen and said, "What? What did you say?" He Jingsun also said anxiously, "Brother Chen, you are not comforting us." Su Chen shook his head and said, "What I said is absolutely true." At this time, the young female Dr. Li Han was furious. "Who are you? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. We have conducted a rigorous examination and determined that the patient has completely lost vital signs, so we gave up further treatment." Director Zhao saw Li Han scolding Su Chen and did not speak because he didn't like Su Chen. What the female doctor said was actually what he wanted to say. However, Su Chen said coldly, "That's because you don't understand. People can also be in a state of suspended animation, swayed death." Everyone was stunned. On the side, Lu Daokan's eyes lit up. He hurried forward and checked He Weicheng. Suddenly, Lu Daokan shouted, "Yes, yes. The patient is indeed in a state of suspended animation, and there is still hope of saving him." He looked at Su Chen with even more respect. "The master is indeed the master. I need to examine him carefully to make a judgment." But Su Chen stood there motionless, and he was sure with just a simple glance, "Such a level is really much higher than mine." Li Han didn't know Lu Daokan at all, and shouted angrily, "You old man, what nonsense are you talking about? This young man is a lunatic, and you are also an old lunatic." Before she finished speaking, Director Zhao scolded her. "Li Han, don't be rude. This old man is the #1 genius doctor in our Yicheng, Mr. Lu Daokan." Female Dr. Li Han was stunned. Director Zhao continued, "This young genius doctor is the master of Dr. Lu. Don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, Li Han was even more dumbfounded. He Jingsun looked at Su Chen immediately. "Brother Chen, please, save my dad. Don't worry. With me here, your dad will be fine." After that, Su Chen walked towards He Weicheng. Director Zhao and the young female Dr. Li Han also followed with a look of doubt. "Master, how do we save him?" Lu Daokan was excited. "This is a good opportunity to learn Su Chen's medical skills. Push him back to the ward first. I'll save him." Lu Daokan immediately took action and acted as an assistant to push He Weicheng back to the ICU. There were several doctors and nurses in the ICU. At this time, they were about to take off their protective clothing. Seeing He Weicheng being pushed back in, they were all stunned. What happened? Shouldn't he be pushed to the morgue? Why was he pushed back again? Who are this old man and young man? Is the ICU a place where you can go in and out? Director Zhao and Li Han hurried forward and explained the identities of Su Chen and Lu Daokan. The doctors and nurses were shocked. However, although they were shocked that Su Chen was Lu Daokan's master, they were still quite disdainful. He Weicheng was already dead, which was the result of their several examinations. Su Chen insisted that he was faking his death, which was a slap in their faces. Besides, Su Chen's claim that he could save He Weicheng was pure nonsense in their eyes. For a moment, these people did not leave and wanted to stay in the ICU to see how Su Chen's lies were exposed. And Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them. On the side, Lu Daokan asked, "Master, what can I do?" Su Chen said lightly, "Just watch." "Oh, okay. You are busy. I will study hard." Lu Daokan looked like a good boy. The other doctors were all confused when they saw this scene. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that the first genius doctor in Yicheng was so servile. Su Chen's mental power swept across He Weicheng's body. He sighed. This Hui Cheng was hit too hard. More than half of his bones have been broken. Moreover, the damage to the internal organs was also very serious. One by one, Su Chen said secretly, and then shouted in a low voice, "Renew the pulse and fix the bones." In an instant, a white light appeared on Su Chen's hand. The next second, Su Chen's hands wandered wildly on Hui Cheng's body. Every time he walked to a place, there was a crackling sound. Then, the white light on his hand merged into Hui Cheng's body. On the side, Lu Daokan exclaimed, "My god. Could it be the lost ancient medical technique of renewing the pulse and fixing the bones?" Su Chen did not speak. I saw his hands on Hui Cheng's body, constantly pinching, picking, pounding, knocking, pushing, holding, kneading, rubbing. All kinds of techniques, just like dancing on Hui Cheng's body. There are corresponding methods for each different part. Lu Daokan stared at it intently, sometimes frowning, sometimes clapping and cheering. That was so fascinating. The doctors on the side were confused. If they didn't know Lu Daokan's identity, they might think that these two were crazy people. Not long after, Su Chen stopped. Lu Daokan asked in surprise, "Master, the patient's bones and meridians." Su Chen said lightly, "They have been connected." Lu Daokan was shocked. This was an injury caused by a car accident. Su Chen actually connected all the bones without surgery, which was too shocking. Then, Su Chen said, "Go get a glass of water." Lu Daokan did it immediately. Then, Su Chen took out the Linquan earth milk he had just obtained today. He crushed it directly and dissolved it in the water. A magical scene happened. The Linquan earth milk, which was originally in the shape of water droplets, instantly turned milky white when it was dissolved in water. The water cup was like a bowl of milk. The doctors around were all stunned. What is this? Is it technology and hard work? A spoonful of Sanhua evaporated milk. Su Chen didn't explain to them. On the side, Lu Daokan asked curiously, "Master, didn't you say that this Linquan earth milk is mainly used to assist in refining medicine, and ordinary people can't take it?" Today, he has been following Su Chen, so he has this question. And Su Chen smiled and said, "Ordinary people can't dissolve this kind of power, but I can help Hui Cheng digest it." Lu Daokan understood immediately. Su Chen fed this cup of milk to Hui Cheng. Then, he took out the silver needle and performed the 9 extremes life transforming needle. Under the catalysis of the 9 extremes life transforming needle and Su Chen's vitality, the vitality of the Linquan earth milk instantly traveled in Hui Cheng's body, helping him to repair the scars in his body crazily. Whether it was bone injuries, internal organs, or meridian injuries, they were all being repaired rapidly. Not long after, except for some bloodstains on Hui Cheng's body, the internal injuries had been repaired. "Master, you are so amazing," Lu Daokan said in shock. Su Chen smiled. On the side, the young female Dr. Li Han pouted. "TSK. After all the messing around, the patient is still dead, isn't he?" Su Chen glanced at her indifferently. Turning around, Su Chen formed a complex seal with his hands and slammed down. 18 hands of the ghost gate. Stop the person in front of the king of hell. Bang. Hui Cheng was almost bounced up by the slam. The next second. Cough cough. Hui Cheng's cough suddenly sounded. All the doctors were stunned for a moment. Chapter 364. This is murder. Hui Cheng is alive. All the doctors were dumbfounded. A patient who had been declared dead by them was resurrected in front of them. Li Hang opened her mouth wide and pointed at Hui Cheng, not knowing what to say. Lu Daokan looked at Su Chen, his face full of shock. The pulse-setting bone-setting hand, the 9 extreme life-changing needle, the 18 hands of the ghost gate. "Master, I thought these ancient medical skills were lost. I didn't expect that you know them all. Can you teach me a few tricks?" Lu Daokan's eyes were shining, staring at Su Chen. Now, he is more and more fortunate that he kowtowed to Su Chen to become his disciple. What's the point of losing face? Learning the real thing is to gain. Su Chen said to him, "Go and call He Jingxuan and his son in first." "Hey. Okay, master." Lu Daokan ran out with a happy face. Outside the IQ, He Jingxuan and his mother were anxious. "Jingxuan, is your friend really a miracle doctor? Is he trying to comfort us?" He Jingxuan smiled bitterly. "Last night, Brother Chen treated me once, and I think his medical skills are quite good. However, I haven't seen him do it at other times. But Liu Heitao said that Brother Chen cured his grandmother. He shouldn't joke about such things. Du Fang was anxious. Human life was at stake, and she began to worry about it. Liu Heitao and others were standing by, and they didn't dare to step forward to make a guarantee. At this moment, the door of the IQ opened. Lu Daoken deliberately walked out with a stern face. When Du Fang and He Jingxuan and others saw him, their hearts sank. Ms. Du, Mr. He, the patient. At this point, Lu Daoken deliberately kept it a secret. Du Fang's tears fell. I knew that old he wouldn't make it. At this moment, a pillow flew out of the IQ and hit Lu Daoken's head hard. Lu Daoken hurriedly said, the patient is alive. Go and see. Du Fang was stunned. He Jingxuan was also shocked and asked, what? Liu Heitao urged, Auntie Du, Jingxuan, go in and see uncle. Brother Chen asked you to go in. Du Fang and He Jingxuan ran in quickly. Then, Liu Heitao, Gao Tingting and others followed in. Before leaving, Liu Heitao said to Lu Daoken, you deserve to be hit. It's time, and you're still joking. Lu Daoken rubbed his head and said, I just want to get closer to everyone. Then, he quickly picked up the pillow on the ground and ran to the IQ. In the IQ ward, Du Fang and He Jingxuan ran to the bed. They saw that He Weicheng had woken up. Zia Fang, Jingxuan, you are here. He Weicheng's complexion was surprisingly good. Old He, Dad. The mother and son rushed to the bed and cried. The two examined He Weicheng for a long time before they confirmed that He Weicheng was actually fine. On the side, Director Zhao and other doctors also surrounded him. He said quickly, two family members, please step back a little, let us do a full body check on the patient. Immediately, everyone stepped back. The doctors examined He Weicheng with suspicion. Soon, there were exclamations. The patient's vital signs are completely normal. The broken bones in the patient's body are all connected, and the healing degree is very high. My god. The patient's internal organs, that were just damaged, have now been basically repaired. The patient's vital signs are all normal, and he can be transferred to the general ward. After 2 or 3 days of recuperation, he will probably be discharged from the hospital. One conclusion after another came out. All the doctors were shocked. Du Fang and others around also looked at Su Chen in surprise. Du Fang turned around and knelt down in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, thank you, Auntie. He Jingxuan also kowtowed quickly. Su Chen quickly helped the two up. Auntie, don't bother me. Jingxuan and I are good friends. This is what I should do. Although Su Chen consumed Lingquan milk to treat He Weicheng, Su Chen didn't care. As long as it is someone he approves of, Su Chen will not care too much. He Jingxuan looked relieved. Fortunately, he knew Su Chen, otherwise his father might have died this time. After checking He Weicheng's condition, the doctors and nurses transferred him to the general ward. At this time, Director Zhao and Li Hang approached Su Chen. Ahem. Dr. Su, your medical skills are amazing. Director Zhao looked flattering. Su Chen smiled. Director Zhao, just say what you want to say. Director Zhao rubbed his hands and said, I don't know what the water you fed He Weicheng is. Can you provide some to our hospital? Don't worry, we will definitely buy it at a high price. Su Chen smiled. It seems that Director Zhao attributed all the credit to Lingquan Earth Milk. Director Zhao, you can't use that thing at all. If you use it, the patient will only die faster. Su Chen advised. Director Zhao was stunned. Female Dr. Li Han curled her lips and said, you are not trying to make a profit from it. Only if you have it, you can resort to violence. What else do you say we can't use it? It's just crushed and mixed in water. What can't be used? Su Chen smiled faintly. He reached out and grabbed the bed. Slightly exerted force. Squeak. Suddenly, the iron bed was broken in an instant. Su Chen rubbed his hands lightly. In an instant, a cloud of iron powder fell. If you practice martial arts and then reach this level of cultivation, you should be able to use it. Su Chen smiled faintly and turned away. Director Zhao and Li Han were stunned. They realized that the thing in Su Chen's hand might not be something they could use. Su Chen accompanied He Jingxuan, Du Fang and others to transfer He Weicheng to the ordinary ward. However, He Jingxuan's family was well off, so he asked for a single room for He Weicheng. Du Fang said to He Jingxun. Jingxun, your friends have been busy for your dad's affairs for a long time. You should treat them to a meal. Your dad is here. I'll just watch over him. Everyone couldn't refuse, so they had to follow He Jingxun and leave. He Jingxun found a good restaurant and ordered a large table of dishes. Before the banquet, he thanked Su Chen again. However, not long after, He Jingxun's cell phone suddenly rang. Ding ling ling. He Jingxun answered the call. Then, his face changed. What? My dad is in trouble again. Everyone was shocked. Hang up the phone. He Jingxun said anxiously. Everyone, I have to go back to the hospital. My mother said that my dad fainted again. And the doctor said the situation is very critical. Everyone looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was shocked. Just now, your father has almost recovered, and nothing should happen again. Gao Tingting also said, didn't the doctors do a comprehensive examination? They also said that everything is fine. What happened? He Jingxun looked anxious. I don't know. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I'll go back to the hospital first. Su Chen said, don't worry, I'll go with you. Then, everyone didn't care about eating. They rushed to Yicheng Central Hospital again. When they arrived at the ward, Du Fang was arguing with Director Zhao. Is it you? Why did you give my husband that injection? Do you think my husband is alive and will bring shame to your hospital? Du Fang looked sad. Director Zhao looked helpless. Ms. Du, it really has nothing to do with me. The injection I gave the patient was just an ordinary medicine. There is really no problem. Besides, if I really had any bad intentions, I would not do it in front of you. Du Fang was panicked. But if it wasn't for you giving that injection, how could my husband faint? Director Zhao was so anxious that his face turned red, but he couldn't explain it clearly. At this time, Su Chen and others entered the ward. Drive Su, you are here. Come and save Leo He. Du Fang was delighted when she saw Su Chen. She hurried forward and told the situation. Director Zhao hurriedly explained. Drive Su, Dr. Lu, Mr. He, the injection I gave the patient was just an ordinary anti-inflammatory injection. Even if I have the courage of the sky, I dare not kill people. Su Chen hurriedly walked to the bedside of He Weicheng. He Weicheng's face was as hen and his lips were purple. Su Chen's mental power spread out and said, this should have nothing to do with Director Zhao. Director Zhao was overjoyed. He Jingxun asked quickly, Brother Chen, what happened to my dad? Su Chen said calmly, poisoned. Poisoned? Du Fang was also shocked. Who would want old He to poison? He hasn't offended anyone. Director Zhao also said, Dr. Su, did you see it wrong? There are surveillance cameras everywhere in our hospital. Who has the chance to poison? Su Chen smiled coldly. He took a glass and placed it directly on He Weicheng's chest. Suck. He shouted in a low voice. Dingling. A fine cow hair needle was sucked out. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Is there really someone who wants to kill my dad? He Jingxun exclaimed. Su Chen frowned. It seems that Uncle He's previous car accident was also arranged by someone. Someone wants to kill him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. Murder to silence the witness. For a moment, the whole ward was quiet. Murder. It was a huge shock to ordinary people, especially Du Fang, whose face turned pale with fear. No way. Old He is usually the kindest person and would never offend anyone. How could someone kill him? Du Fang said in horror. He Jingxun also nodded and agreed. Yes. Although my family is also in business, my father's business is just average, and there is not much competition. He should not kill my father for money. Su Chen thought about it and said, if there is no hatred and no competition, then the reason why someone wants to kill your father can only be that your father knows something, and the other party wants to kill him to silence him. Everyone was shocked. Su Chen said, don't think so much. I will detoxify Mr. He first, and when he wakes up and asks, maybe he can find out what happened. Then, Su Chen directly used a silver needle to draw out the poison in He Weicheng's body. Not long after, He Weicheng's face looked much better. Su Chen patted He Weicheng's head. Huh. He Weicheng took a breath and woke up. Du Fang and He Jingxuan were overjoyed. Dad, old He. The two rushed to the bed again. Director Zhou looked at Su Chen with a grateful face. Mr. Su, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would be in trouble. Su Chen smiled. As long as you follow the procedure, you will be fine. Director Zhou smiled bitterly, although that's what I said. For the patient's family, this is definitely the doctor's problem. Besides, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never understand this in my life. Su Chen smiled. Soon, He Weicheng invited Su Chen to his side. Mr. Su, thank you so much. You saved my life again. He Weicheng looked grateful. Su Chen smiled. Uncle He, you are too polite. This is what I should do. But, Su Chen paused and spoke again. You should still think about who you have offended and who must kill you. He Weicheng frowned. He thought for a long time and said, although I'm doing business, I usually make money by being friendly, and I have never had any disputes with anyone. In my spare time, I also prefer to climb mountains alone and never have any conflicts with others. So, I really don't know when I have offended others and made them want to kill me. Su Chen thought about it and asked, have you been to any strange places recently? Or, have you encountered any strange things? He Weicheng frowned and thought. Suddenly, he slapped his head. I remember. A few days ago, I encountered a strange thing. Don't I like climbing mountains? A few days ago, I climbed Yishan. This time, I didn't take the main road in front of the mountain, but climbed the path behind the mountain. When I climbed to the back mountain, I accidentally picked up a piece of cloth. It seemed to be written with red ink. Many words can't be seen clearly, only a few words can still be recognized. It seems to be King, Shan, Qiu, Han. Su Chen was suddenly stunned. King, Shan, Qiu, Han. What does this mean? Su Chen's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. He suddenly thought of Han Qiwei and Han Daozheng. Could it be that the Han father and son were imprisoned there? Su Chen hurriedly asked, Uncle He, is there a Qingshan Gate on the Yishan mountain you climbed? Yes. He Weicheng nodded. Qingshan Gate has been in Yishan for many years. However, Qingshan Gate seems to be a martial arts sect, and ordinary people are not allowed to visit it at all. However, I took the road behind the mountain that day, which was very close to Qingshan Gate. Su Chen nodded and hurriedly asked, Uncle He, where did you put that piece of cloth? He Weicheng said, after I picked up the cloth, I felt something was wrong. It looks like someone is asking for help. I thought about it, and gave the cloth to the police symbols near Yishan. As for the follow-up, I don't know much. Su Chen understood immediately. This Qingshan Gate is probably very problematic. And the car accidents and poisonings that He Weicheng encountered must have been someone who wanted to kill and silence him. At this time, everyone roughly understood a little. He Jingxuan was a little panicked. Brother Chen, will my dad continue to be in danger in this situation? Su Chen nodded and said, yes. In the current situation, the other party must want to kill Uncle He. Immediately, He Jingxuan and Du Fang's faces changed. Du Fang even shed tears. She complained, you are a person who has nothing to do. Why do you climb mountains? You have caused trouble for yourself, right? You are going to piss me off to death. He Jingxuan's eyes were red, and he looked at Su Chen. Brother Chen, what should we do? Su Chen said, just pretend that nothing happened. What should we do? What should we do? He Jingxuan was stunned. Su Chen explained, since the other party is sure to make another move, we will just wait and see. Next, I will stay in Uncle He's ward. Whatever you do, if anyone asks about Uncle He's condition, you can say that he will be discharged soon. Hearing this, He Jingxuan was immediately happy. He knew Su Chen's martial arts level. If he was guarding He Weicheng, even if the innate master came, he might not be able to get any benefits. Immediately, everyone did what Su Chen said. Someone asked about He Weicheng's condition, and He Jingxuan and Du Fang also said directly that he had recovered. At night, Su Chen did not return to the hotel. He came to Yicheng, mainly because of Han Daozheng and Han Qiwei. Now that there was news about the two of them, he would naturally not give up. Su Chen waited patiently overnight. However, there was no surprise in the end. Early the next morning, Du Fang and her son came to He Weicheng's ward again. Both of them looked a little anxious. The person who wanted to kill He Weicheng was not caught in one day, so they were always worried. Su Chen smiled and comforted. Jingxun, don't worry. The murderer must be more anxious than you. A morning passed. Du Fang asked, Zhou, do you think no one wants to kill Liu He? Su Chen was about to answer. Suddenly, he put his hand to his mouth. Shh. Du Fang was stunned. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. A doctor wearing a mask came in from outside. He said loudly, He Weicheng, it's time for the injection. Du Fang quickly stood up and prepared to help. At this time, Su Chen stopped Du Fang. He stood up and looked at the doctor with a mask coldly. I didn't expect that being a doctor in Yicheng Central Hospital actually requires the cultivation of a master of Zhou Wanqiu. As soon as the voice fell, the doctor's eyes froze instantly. He stared at Su Chen with cold eyes. What do you mean? Su Chen sneered. You know it yourself. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen raised his hand suddenly, and a teacup flew straight towards the doctor. The speed was fast and urgent. It seemed that the doctor was going to be smashed and bleeding. Ah! Du Fang screamed. At this time, the doctor punched out suddenly. The violent explosion of Zhou Wanqiu surged, and the teacup exploded in an instant. Su Chen smiled coldly. Now, what else do you have to say? The doctor's face changed, and he shouted coldly, looking for death. Then, he suddenly rushed towards He Weicheng's bed. Su Chen stepped forward to stop him. The doctor raised his fist and hit him without any mercy, and violent Zhou Wanqiu rushed out. Su Chen's face was calm, and he punched directly. Boom. The doctor's face changed drastically in an instant. Bang. His figure, like a cannonball, flew back, slammed hard against the wall. Puff. The doctor spurted out a mouthful of blood. Su Chen stepped forward and pulled off his mask. Speak. Who are you? Why do you want to kill He Weicheng? Chapter 366. Kill them at the door. The mask was torn off. The face of a middle-aged man was revealed. This man was in his 40s, with a mustache, and his eyes were full of shock and anger. So, it was you, a bastard, who saved him before. Su Chen smiled coldly. I've been waiting for you all night. The mustache man's face froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, you can't save him. He Weicheng must die. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, because he knows that your Qingshan Gate imprisoned the Han family in the provincial capital, right? The mustache man was stunned for a moment. Seeing this man's expression, Su Chen was instantly sure that he had guessed right. Tell me, who are you? What is your identity in Qingshan Gate? Su Chen asked. Humph. The mustache snorted coldly. Since you know I'm from Qingshan Gate, you still dare to touch me? Are you looking for death? As soon as the voice fell, snap, a slap was slapped on the mustache's face. Did I give you face? Is Qingshan Gate so great? Su Chen said coldly. The mustache widened his eyes and stared at Su Chen. He looked incredulous. You know I'm from Qingshan sect, and you still dare to attack me? Do you think that a mere innate master can challenge my Qingshan sect? Bang. Another slap. Puff. A tooth of the mustache was spit out. Su Chen sneered. Is your Qingshan sect so great? Isn't there a man named Timi Feng, who is also from your Qingshan sect? I will kill him without hesitation. The mustache's face suddenly changed. You killed the fourth elder? Su Chen nodded. Tell me, what's your name? What is your status in Qingshan sect? Are the Han father and son in your Qingshan sect? The mustache looked at Su Chen, his face showing a tangled look. Finally, he glared at Su Chen coldly and said nothing. Pretending to be tough, Su Chen snorted. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. He raised his hand. A stream of energy instantly hit the mustache man. Ah! The mustache screamed. Su Chen randomly tapped him, and the pain was magnified tenfold. Instantly, the mustache man was in agony. I say, untie him. In less than half a minute, the mustache man began to beg for mercy. Su Chen sneered. I thought you were so tough. The mustache man looked embarrassed, and he said, my name is Tai Qingquan. I'm the eldest brother among the 10 direct disciples of Qingshan sect. What does direct disciple mean? Su Chen asked. Tai Qingquan hurriedly explained. Qingshan sect has a total of 10 direct disciples, all of whom are taught by the elders and the sect master. In addition, there are 20 inner disciples and nearly 100 outer disciples in Qingshan sect. Su Chen nodded secretly. This Qingshan sect is indeed extraordinary, with hundreds of martial arts practitioners. How are your cultivation, disciples? Su Chen asked. Tai Qingquan said, among the disciples, I have the highest level of cultivation, reaching the peak of Zhuanjin. The other disciples are also at the Zhuanjin level. Among the inner disciples, most are at the Anjin level, and there are also a few at the Zhuanjin level. And among the outer disciples, there are quite a few Anjin martial artists and Mingjin martial artists. Su Chen nodded and asked, are Han Kiwei and Han Daos Heng in your Qingshan sect? Tai Qingquan shook his head and said, I don't know. Su Chen's face sank. Tai Qingquan hurriedly said, I really don't know. I received an order from the third elder to go down the mountain to kill He Weicheng. I only know that there are people imprisoned in the dungeon in the back mountain. But I don't know if there are the two people you mentioned. Su Chen was stunned. It seems that in addition to the Han father and son, this Qingshan sect may have imprisoned other people. How many elders are there in your Qingshan sect? What are their strengths? Are there any stronger ones? Dare to lie, I guarantee that you will live a life worse than death. Su Chen said coldly. Tai Qingquan said quickly, our sect leader is Tai Zun, and he has 4 elders. The first elder is Tai Shanhu, the second elder is Tai Xinming, the third elder is Tai Muqing, and the fourth elder is Tai Mufeng. The 4 elders are all innate masters. Moreover, they are the strongest among the innate masters. Su Chen asked, where is your sect leader? Tai Qingquan shook his head, I don't know. I have never seen the sect leader take action. At this point, Su Chen had already estimated the strength of Qingshan sect. With Su Chen's powerful mental power, he could clearly judge that Tai Qingquan was not lying. However, Su Chen estimated that this guy might be hiding some information. But no matter what, he had to go to Qingshan sect. You Qingshan sect only sent you to kill He Weicheng? Su Chen asked at last. He wanted to make sure that when he went to Qingshan sect, no one else would attack He Weicheng. Just me. Tai Qingquan smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that I, a peak Zhuanjin, would fail to kill an ordinary person? Su Chen raised his hand. Bang. Tai Qingquan's head tilted, and he fell down. On the side, Du Fang and He Jingxuan heard the whole story, and were so scared that they dared not breathe. Su Chen turned around and said, Jingxuan, Aunt Du, I have already asked about the matter clearly. Now, I'm going to Qingshan Gate. Once Qingshan Gate is solved, Uncle He will no longer be in danger. Du Fang asked nervously, Zhou Chen, I heard from this person that Qingshan Gate is very powerful, so why don't you not go? He Jingxuan also advised, yes, Brother Chen. If it doesn't work, let's call the police. Su Chen smiled, I came to Yicheng mainly to find someone. Now that we have their clues, we must go and investigate. In addition, although Qingshan Gate is powerful, it may not be able to keep me. Don't worry. As he spoke, Su Chen left with Tai Qingquan. He Jingxuan and Du Fang looked nervous, but they could only pray silently for Su Chen. Yishan. Qingshan Gate. In a hall, an old man sat cross-legged. Looking at his face, he is 80% similar to Ti Mifeng who was killed by Su Chen. This person is Ti Mifeng's twin brother, the third elder of Qingshanmen, Ti Muqing. Opposite to Ti Muqing, there stood a middle-aged man with pock marks on his face. Ti Muqing asked, is your senior brother Qingquan not back yet? The pock-marked man opposite bowed respectfully and said, third elder, senior brother has not come back yet. Ti Muqing frowned, He Weicheng is just an ordinary person, why did he delay for so long? The pock-marked man smiled and said, maybe senior brother hasn't come down the mountain for a long time and wants to play for 2 more days down the mountain. Ti Muqing shouted coldly, humph, outrageous. He is practicing hard, and at the critical moment of breaking through the innate realm. How can he slack off? Wait until he comes back. I must scold him severely. At this moment, a teasing voice came. Even if you want to scold Tai Qingquan, he can't hear it. Bang. Ti Muqing stood up and looked outside with a serious face. Who is it? The pock-marked face also looked outside the door. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew towards Ti Muqing. Ti Muqing's face condensed and he shouted, bold. Then, he mobilized his vitality and a terrifying force instantly shot out. Bang. The flying figure was blown away and fell to the ground. Blood instantly spread on the ground. The pock-marked face hurried forward. When he saw the figure on the ground clearly, he was stunned for a moment. Third elder, it's the eldest brother. Third elder King hurried forward and looked at the corpse lying on the ground. The familiar face was King. Ah. King? King was shocked. He didn't expect that the person he killed with his palm was King, who had the most hope of breaking through the innate in the entire Qingshan sect, the eldest brother among the 10 direct disciples. But he didn't know that King had died before coming here. King's face was full of grief. On the side, the pock-marked face also had red eyes. Son of a bitch. Get out of here. King looked out of the door fiercely. Su Chen's figure slowly appeared. He said with a cold face, "Old man, don't be so angry. At your age, you still have such a bad temper. You are prone to sudden death." Before King could speak, the pock-marked face was furious. "Asshole. Dare to disrespect the third elder. Die." The pock-marked face roared and rushed towards Su Chen. This man's Zhou Wanqiu was extremely violent. His footsteps were running wildly, and pieces of blue bricks burst under his feet. Boom. He jumped high and smashed towards Su Chen with the force of thunder. "Go to hell." Su Chen smiled coldly and punched out. The terrifying flame energy gushed out. The scorching temperature seemed to melt the air. The Zhou Wanqiu of the pock-marked face broke inch by inch. King's face changed drastically. "Yang, be careful." However, his warning was too late. The next second, Su Chen's vitality had completely submerged Yang. Boom. The pock-marked face flew back and hit the pillar hard. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The pock-marked face was silent. King's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 367. How do you want to die? Yang. King rushed to the pock-marked disciple. However, the pock-marked disciple vomited blood and was silent. King looked at the two corpses at his feet, and the blood in his body surged up. "Asshole. You killed my two direct disciples of Qingshan sect. You deserve to die." King stared at Su Chen. Su Chen laughed coldly. "I deserve to die. Haha. You Qingshan sect sent King to kill Hui Cheng to silence him. Should you die? You Qingshan sect kidnapped the head of the Han family in the provincial capital. Should you die?" King's face changed instantly. He stared at Su Chen and said coldly, "Who are you? What are you doing in my Qingshan sect?" Su Chen said indifferently, "Hand over the father and son of the Han family." "I don't know what you are talking about." King said coldly. Su Chen said coldly, "Then I will beat you until you say it." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen kicked his foot. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the bluestone floor tiles instantly cracked. Su Chen's figure was like an arrow from a bow, and in the blink of an eye he rushed to King Mu's side. The powerful vitality attached to his fist and hit King Mu fiercely. King Mu smiled coldly, "Don't think that you are invincible in the world. After reaching the innate realm, I will let you know that the same vitality master realm is also very different." As soon as the voice fell, King Mu raised his fist. Suddenly, the vitality with a light green hue rushed towards Su Chen like a turbulent wave. Boom. The two fists collided fiercely. Bang. An invisible energy suddenly spread out. The tables, chairs, furniture, and the bodies of Yang and King around were instantly blown away. Boom. Dust flew, and no one was seen. Su Chen smiled coldly, "Do you think that you can beat me with your strong vitality just because you are older? What a joke. I'll let you know what it means to live like a dog at such an old age." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's vitality exploded again. Boom. King only felt that Su Chen's vitality was like a volcanic eruption. It instantly submerged him. "You." King's face changed drastically. Before he could react, an explosive force blew him away. Boom. King slammed into the wall. Boom. His body knocked a big hole in the wall, and the whole person rolled out in a mess. Then, Su Chen's figure passed through the big hole in the wall, and walked out slowly. His eyes were fixed on King. "Can you tell me now? Where are the Han family father and son?" King's face was livid. He could never have imagined that a young man like Su Chen had a stronger vitality than him. "Boy, don't be arrogant. Strong vitality does not mean you are invincible." After the voice fell, King narrowed his eyes slightly, and the vitality on his body instantly converged. For a moment, The green vitality began to wander wildly on Team Yiking's body. Su Chen took a simple look and knew that there were 7 vitality. This is exactly the boxing method that Team Yifeng had used before, the 7 injury fist. Old man, this 7 injury fist hurts yourself before it hurts others. You are already injured. If you use this boxing method again, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on first. Su Chen said indifferently. Team Yiking was shocked and stared at Su Chen. Who are you? Why do you know the 7 injury fist? Su Chen said coldly, because I killed a man who practiced the 7 injury fist before. His name was Team Yifeng. Team Yiking's face changed wildly. Asshole. You killed my brother. Go to hell. He ran towards Su Chen like crazy. Su Chen smiled coldly, and with a thought, he activated the unbeaten golden body. He was not vague at all, and activated the wandering step. Team Yiking was like crazy, attacking Su Chen fiercely, as if he wanted to kill Su Chen in one go. But Su Chen was calm. He used the wandering step to dodge Team Yiking's attack. If he really couldn't dodge, he would use the unbeaten golden body to fight Team Yiking head on. With sufficient preparation, Team Yiking's 7 injury fist didn't hurt Su Chen at all. Instead, it was Team Yiking himself who kept spitting blood while punching. The 7 injury fist has a strange power that can hurt both the enemy and himself. Team Yiking had already injured his internal organs in the previous fight with Su Chen, and using the 7 injury fist at this time was even more serious. However, Su Chen studied the 7 injury fist more deeply after fighting with Team Yiking, because he knew that if he fought with the leader of Qingshan sect later, the opponent would definitely use this move. Now using Team Yiking to get familiar with it is actually the lowest cost. After the two fought for a while, Team Yiking was already injured. Asshole. Don't you dare not hide. Come on. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of the Han family father and son? Defeat me and I will tell you. Team Yiking shouted wildly. Su Chen smiled coldly. Okay. Satisfy you. He stopped and greeted Team Yiking's fist with a palm. T King's face was overjoyed. As long as Su Chen fought him head on, he would have a chance to kill Su Chen. Bang. Fists and palms collided. Tai King Mu only felt that the 7 kinds of power of the 7 wounds fist were dissipating crazily. On the other hand, Su Chen was attacked by a thunder force like silver paste. Thunder attribute energy. Crack. In the blink of an eye, Tai King Mu was completely submerged by the black thunder energy. Boom. Tai King Mu's body was thrown out and fell to the ground. But Su Chen just shook his body. His face was happy. After the battle with Tai King Feng, he realized the fragility of his internal organs. Therefore, in the past 2 days, he has been using the spiritual medicine and medicinal materials in Team Yifeng's secret room to prepare some medicinal juice to strengthen the internal organs. After these 2 days of strengthening, coupled with the invincible golden body, he can really resist the killing of the 7 wounds fist. You know, Team Yifeng collected these medicinal materials to repair the hidden injuries left by his practice of the 7 wounds fist, but now it has benefited Su Chen. Team Yifeng could not have imagined that Su Chen not only used his herbs to strengthen his internal organs, but also came to cause trouble for Qingshanmen. Team Yiking fell to the ground, looking at Su Chen in shock. Who are you? Why do you have thunder attributed vitality? Why are you not affected by the 7 wounds fist? Team Yiking looked desperate. Su Chen said coldly, you are not qualified to ask me questions. Tell me, where are the Han family father and son? Team Yiking's pale face had a hint of cruel smile. Do you think you still have a chance to take them away? Although you have some cultivation, coming to my Qingshanmen is a dead end. As soon as the voice fell, Team Yiking raised his head. Squeak. 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 3 sharp sounds instantly resounded throughout the sect. It's obvious. There is a secret whistle in Team Yiking's mouth. This is the distress signal of Qingshanmen. However, Su Chen didn't care. Instead, he stepped forward and raised his hand. Crack. Crack. Team Yiking's bones and meridians were completely broken. Su Chen looked indifferent, waiting for the masters of Qingshan sect. At this time, in a hall in the back mountain, 2 old men sat opposite each other and played chess. Master, my eyelids have been twitching these past 2 days. Nothing will happen, right? Said a middle-aged man with half black and half white hair. Opposite him was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, wearing coarse linen clothes. He was the master of Qingshan sect, Taizun. The middle-aged man with half black and half white hair was the second elder, Taizunming. Taizun smiled coldly, "Don't worry. The elder has sent the people away. King Quan also went to kill the mountain climber He Wei, and the things that happen later have nothing to do with us." Taizunming sighed, "Alas. I don't know why. I always feel a little uneasy in my heart." "Don't think about it." Taizun chuckled. "In Yicheng, besides Mr. Long, there is our Qingshan sect. Mr. Long cooperates with us. Who else dares to come to us for trouble? Whoever comes without eyes will only end up seeking death." Taizun's face was murderous. At this moment, squeak, squeak, squeak. 3 quick secret whistles suddenly sounded. Taizun and Taizunming's faces suddenly changed. The situation of the third brother's secret whistle is extremely urgent, and his life or death is uncertain. An enemy has come to Qingshan Gate to kill him. Taizun's face was extremely ugly. He was just saying that no one dared to come to Qingshan Gate to pull out the tiger's whiskers, but now he was slapped in the face. "Master, what should we do?" Taizunming asked. Taizun's face was gloomy. Since the third brother sent out such a call for help, it means that the enemy is very powerful. "I will go to save the third brother first. You go to find all the disciples and prepare the Xiangang dishes in Dao formation, just in case." "Okay." Taizunming agreed and left quickly. Taizun's face was gloomy, and his figure flashed, and he also rushed to the front hall. The front hall. Su Chen sat cross-legged calmly and adjusted his breath, because he knew that there would be a big battle later. In front of him, there were 2 corpses and a useless person who was screaming. It was Tai Qingquan, Ma Ziqiang and Team Yiking. Not long after, boom. A burst of sound was heard, and a figure with white hair and a youthful face appeared in the hall. It was the leader of Qingshan sect, Taizun. When Taizun came to the hall, he saw 3 people lying on the ground at first sight. A burst of anger instantly rose to the sky. "Bastard, how do you want to die?" Taizun stared at Su Chen. Chapter 368, Power Beyond the Innate Strong. Taizun was trembling all over. How many years has it been? How many years has Qingshan sect not suffered such humiliation? Not only were they beaten up, but 2 of their own disciples were also killed, and their bodies were left in the main hall. The elders of the sect had their meridians abolished, and their bones broken, wailing on the ground like dogs that had lost their homes. This is a slap in the face. This is rubbing the face of Qingshan sect on the ground. A burst of anger rushed out from the top of his head. Taizun raised his hand. A stream of vitality spurted out. Puff. The third elder Team Yiking was pierced in an instant and stopped wailing. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't believe that the one who killed him in the end was actually the sect master Taizun. Su Chen looked at Taizun coldly and said lightly, as expected of the head of Qingshan sect, "He is really cruel." Taizun's face was gloomy. Team Yiking's meridians were all abolished, and his bones were broken into dregs. Even if he survived, he would only be a useless person. Even if Su Chen is killed, Team Yiking's treatment and consumption of elixirs will be a burden for Qingshanmen. It is better to kill him directly, before anyone else comes. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Taizun stepped forward and stared at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled coldly, "Why don't you ask who I'm first? And then ask why I came to Qingshanmen?" Taizun gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "No matter who you are, no matter why you come here, you are dead. I don't have anything to know about a dead person." Hearing this, Su Chen smiled lightly. "Then can you satisfy the curiosity of a dying person like me? Speak." Taizun shouted. Su Chen said, "Where are you imprisoned? Han family father and son? Why did you arrest them?" Taizun's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "So, you came for them. Then you can die." As soon as the voice fell, Taizun's figure flashed and rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen said coldly, "You still have to be beaten before you will listen." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen rushed out. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 people, both carrying terrifying vitality, collided fiercely. Taizun became more and more frightened as he fought, because the vitality of the young man in front of him was as strong as his own. 7 injury fist. Taizun immediately changed his moves. Su Chen smiled coldly, "You Qingshan sect, there is nothing new." However, Taizun's 7 injury fist is different from Time Yufeng and Time Yuking. His vitality is extremely strong, and the strength of his internal organs is far superior to the two. Therefore, Taizong can use the 7-injury fist without any scruples. Su Chen's face was grim, comparing lethality? Who is afraid of who? As he spoke, Su Chen directly used the unbeatable golden body to protect himself, and then mobilized the mysterious thunder vitality. In an instant, the silver-white thunder slurry, like a river pouring back from the sky, submerged Taizong. Arsehole, you actually practiced thunder attribute vitality? Taizong looked ugly. The two of them attacked each other, and each of them was hit by the other several times. However, Su Chen was hit by several punches of the 7-injury fist, and after being weakened by the layers of protective vitality and the invincible golden body, his internal organs could basically withstand it after being strengthened. But Taizong was hit by several punches of the black thunder vital energy, and his whole body was paralyzed, and his blood and vital energy began to stagnate. Taizong's face changed, and he shouted angrily, "The stars are shifting." The next second, behind Taizong, there was a faint picture of the transfer of stars. Su Chen was surprised to find that as the faintly visible star map behind Taizong turned, the black thunder vital energy that he attacked Taizong instantly turned back to attack him. This almost caught him off guard. He dodged in an emergency and attacked again. Taizong borrowed his offensive and directly attacked Su Chen. For a moment, Su Chen actually felt like he was fighting against himself. He used the golden evil palm, and the opponent also used the golden evil palm against him. He used the flame vital energy, and the opponent also used the flame vital energy. He used the Zhuan Lei Yuan Qi, and the opponent also used the Zhuan Lei Yuan Qi to counterattack. This is not to say that Taizong also mastered these. Instead, he took Su Chen's attack, and then counterattacked Su Chen. This technique actually has a bit of the meaning of returning the favor in the same way. Su Chen was slightly surprised. This world of martial arts practice is indeed full of talented people. Such a strange technique has been created by someone. Su Chen changed many moves and techniques, but they were all counterattacked by the opponent. The two fought for a while, and Su Chen did not achieve any results, except consuming a lot of yuan qi. Ha ha ha. Taizong laughed wildly. Boy, do you think you can be invincible by relying on the Zhuan Lei Yuan Qi? Today, my Qingshan sect is your burial place. Ha ha ha. Su Chen smiled coldly. I have never thought that the Zhuan Lei Yuan Qi is invincible in the world. Now, the one who thinks that his skills are invincible is you. Taizong laughed wildly. My Qingshan sect's Dao Zhuan crossing Yi secret method can reverse all your moves and skills. You are born invincible. Oh, really? Su Chen smiled faintly. Try it again, my punch. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen took a step back and stood firm. Then, he set up an ordinary boxing stance. He slowly pulled his right hand behind him, and then punched out. This punch, the posture was ordinary. This punch, the punch was ordinary. However, Su Chen's terrifying mental power rushed out. A terrifying fist intent condensed into a mountain, pressing down on Taizong. This fist is called the Divine Will Fist. This mountain is called the Yao Dao Mountain. No matter how the stars turn, you can't move my fist at all. One punch, the sky collapses and the stars are destroyed. In an instant, Yao Dao Mountain rose from the ground, as if it was going to poke a big hole in the sky. Taizong's face changed drastically. He also realized that Su Chen's punch was extraordinary. The stars turn. Taizong shouted again. The star map that was vaguely visible behind him suddenly became clearer. The movement speed of the stars was faster. Su Chen understood that Taizong's secret method was actually similar to his Divine Will Fist, and there was a kind of artistic conception in it. However, this artistic conception was a kind of star transfer. Artistic conception is a competition of mental strength and understanding of martial arts. You can't do these. Su Chen shouted again. In an instant, Yao Dao Mountain directly pierced the star curtain, and then it mashed towards Taizong like a pillar supporting the sky collapsed. Swish. The night sky of the star map was torn apart. Taizong was hit hard. This time, Dao Zhuan crossing Yi could not reverse Su Chen's attack. After all, Su Chen's mental power and the fist intention of Shen Yi Quan were beyond Taizong's reach. Bang! The terrifying Yao Dao Mountain slammed into Taizong. All illusions disappeared in an instant. Bang! Taizong's figure flew out backwards. Swish! A deep pit was plowed out on the ground. Boom. Taizan's figure directly broke the pillars and walls of the hall and fell out of the hall. Su Chen stepped out of the hall. Taizan supported the wall with both hands and struggled to get up on the ground. He shook all over and stared at Su Chen with an unbelievable look on his face. Boy, who are you? Taizan trembled all over. Su Chen said coldly, my name is Su Chen. Tell me the truth. Where are the Han family father and son? Don't even think about it. Puff. Taizan spurted out another mouthful of blood. At this time, there was a commotion and footsteps. Protect the sect master. Kill the murderer. Kill. A group of angry shouts came. Then, a group of martial arts monks dressed in Qingshan sect disciples' uniforms rushed out. They surrounded Su Chen in the middle and protected Taizan. Taizan Ming helped Taizan to the back. Taizan reminded, second elder, be careful, this kid is very powerful. Taizan Ming said coldly, second elder, don't worry. We have disciples of the 8 major Zhuanjin here, and half of the inner disciples are Zhuanjin. Add to that ordinary dark force martial artists and bright force martial artists, and you can arrange a complete Xiangang Disha star fighting array. Taizan said, with you, the innate master, as the center of the array, you can definitely kill him. That's right. Taizan Ming responded and jumped directly into the array. Su Chen looked at everyone coldly. Taizan Ming shouted angrily, boy, no matter who you are, surrender now and join our Qingshan sect. Maybe we can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die when the Xiangang Disha star array is activated. Su Chen snorted coldly, since there are so many of you, and it is not easy to practice martial arts, I will give you a chance. Hand over the Han family father and son, and then kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Maybe I will spare your lives. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for you is the end of your martial arts. Upon hearing this, everyone was furious. Arrogant. You are trapped in the array by us, but you are still so arrogant, looking for death. Kill him. Taizan Ming shouted coldly, disciples, activate the Xiangang Disha star array. In an instant, all the disciples burst out the bright, dark, and mysterious forces in their bodies. Taizan Ming connected them together with his innate vitality. In an instant, these 108 people instantly formed a complete whole. Among them, there were 36 Xiangang people and 72 Disha people. The blood and energy of all people combined together actually surpassed the scope of the innate strong. Taizan Ming shouted angrily, boy, the innate master will never be able to break the formation. Prepare to die. Chapter 369. They are all lying at my feet. The Xiangang Disha star fighting formation was spread out. The terrifying momentum instantly covered the sky and the sun. On the side, Taizan, who was slumped on the ground, had a cruel smile on his face. This Su Chen was too arrogant. He actually let them set up this formation. If Su Chen took action in advance and killed a few of his disciples or Taizan Ming before the formation was set up, the power of this formation would definitely be weakened. But now the formation is complete, and only death is waiting for Su Chen. So what if you are a martial arts genius? You still have to die in my Qingshan sect. Taizan became proud. In the formation, the terrifying momentum pressed in. Su Chen tried to attack with the flame energy and the black thunder energy, but was instantly annihilated. Divine Will Fist. Su Chen punched out with a fist, and the terrifying fist intent suppressed it. However, in the Xiangang Disha star fighting formation, 108 stars lit up instantly. The terrifying fist intent was instantly dispersed. The faces of the 108 disciples changed slightly, but they could all bear it. When Su Chen wanted to rush out, the disciples in that direction united and sent out a force that surpassed the innate strongman, forcing Su Chen back into the formation. It is indeed a powerful formation. Su Chen nodded secretly. At this time, Taizan Ming laughed and said, boy, let me tell you, this formation can gather the power of all of us together, and it can also disperse your attacks. So, don't struggle. Your end is only death. Su Chen looked at Taizan Ming and sneered. Do you think I don't know that you are setting up the formation? Do you know why I dare to let you set up the formation safely? Taizan Ming was stunned. Outside the formation, Taizan's face also froze. This Su Chen actually took the initiative to let them set up the formation. You, stop pretending. You are just being mysterious now. Don't think I can't see it. Tai Xinming shouted. Su Chen smiled coldly. I asked you to set up the formation, because I also know how to set up the Xiangang dishes in Dao formation, and I also know that you are the center of the formation, and I even know how to break it. It's just that I have never seen the power of this formation, and I just want to experience it. I'm just playing with you, but you take it seriously. Tai Xinming's face changed, and he sneered. Even if you know that I'm the center of the formation, what can you do? How can you break through the formation and hurt me? Su Chen smiled coldly. I want to kill you. It's just a matter of thought. Suddenly, Tai Xinming panicked. A kind of fear without any reason filled his heart. Let's do it together. Kill him. Tai Xinming shouted. The disciples were about to move. Su Chen shouted coldly. It's too late. The next second, a golden light instantly condensed under Su Chen's feet. Tai Xinming panicked. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's figure flashed instantly. A golden light passed through everyone's sight. The golden light that spread across the earth was one of the 36 great divine powers of the heavenly chariots, and it was an existence that surpassed ordinary martial arts. There was even a hint of the laws in the way of heaven in it. Everyone in the heavenly chariots, the earthly evil stars, could not stop Su Chen at all. Everyone only saw a golden light passing by. In an instant, Su Chen's figure had appeared in front of Tai Xinming. The two faced each other and were only half a meter apart. Tai Xinming's face was horrified. You. Before he could say anything, Su Chen slapped him in the chest. The black thunder energy instantly submerged Tai Xinming. Puff. Tai Xinming spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out of the formation and fell heavily to the ground, his life or death unknown. Once the eye of the formation was broken, the heavenly chariots, the earthly evil stars, and the formation was immediately in chaos. Su Chen punched out. Divine Wolfist. In everyone's sight, a mountain directly covered it. For a moment, all the disciples were panicked. Some turned around and ran, some resisted with all their might, and some closed their eyes and waited for death. There were all kinds of postures, and they were endless. The next moment, everyone was bleeding wildly, and their breath was weak. Without the blessing of the formation, no one could resist Su Chen's punch. For a moment, no matter the outer sect, inner sect, or direct disciples, everyone fell on their backs, unable to fight again. Su Chen stood in the middle of the crowd with a sneer on his face, like a demon god descending to the world. Tai Xun's face was horrified. You, who are you? Su Chen slowly walked in front of Tai Xun and stretched out his hand to lift him up. I told you, my name is Su Chen. Now, can you tell me where the Han family father and son are now? Tai Xun's face changed suddenly, and he begged with his eyes. If I say it, can you spare my life? Slap. A slap hit Tai Xun's face hard. Su Chen said lightly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Whether you can live depends on how many dirty things you have on your hands. Tell me, where are the Han family father and son? Tai Xun's face flushed. Being slapped in the face like this in front of so many disciples, he felt that he had lost all his face. If you don't spare my life, I will never tell it. Tizan gritted his teeth. Su Chen smiled coldly. Good. You have backbone. As he spoke, he directly shot two streams of energy into Tizan's body. Ah. Tizan screamed and crawled on the ground and rolled in pain. His hands scratched himself frantically, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood. Everyone was trembling with fear, looking at Su Chen, as if they were looking at a demon. Su Chen walked directly to Tai Xinming, raised his hand and slapped Tai Xinming to wake him up. Tai Xinming looked at the disciples wailing on the ground, and then looked at Tizan who was scratched and bleeding and still rolling around. His face turned pale instantly. Su Chen said lightly, I asked about the whereabouts of the Han family father and son, and Tizan wanted to pretend to be a tough guy, so I gave him a chance. What about you? Do you want to be a tough guy too? Tai Xinming looked at Tizan, who was living a life worse than death, and trembled. I said. Tai Xinming said weakly. Su Chen raised his hand and a stream of energy shot out, killing Tai Xun instantly. Tai Xinming trembled all over. Su Chen's decisiveness in killing was too scary. Tell me. Su Chen looked at Tai Xinming coldly. Who told you to imprison the Han family father and son? Mr. Long. Tai Xinming said. Su Chen's eyes fixed. It was indeed this Mr. Long. Why did he ask you to arrest the two of them? Su Chen stared at Tai Xinming. Tai Xinming shook his head. I don't know. We in Qingshan sect often help Mr. Long. As for the reasons, Mr. Long will not tell us everything. Su Chen frowned slightly. Now, where are the father and son? Tai Xinming said, it was the great elder. Tai Xinhu, who sent them away. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. When? Tai Xinming said, this morning. Just before you came. That Wei Cheng picked up the Han father and son's cloth for help, so there was a risk of exposure. So we transferred the people away. Su Chen immediately asked, where to? Tai Xinming shook his head and said, I don't know either. Then, Su Chen was about to raise his hand. Tai Xinming kept saying, I didn't lie, I really didn't know. Even our sect leader didn't know. Mr. Long has been in contact with us, and has been in contact with the great elder Tai Shanhu. But I heard that it should be in the direction of Kaiangxing Island. Su Chen was startled and asked, where is Kaiangxing Island? Tai Xinming looked at Su Chen in confusion, as if he was puzzled that Su Chen didn't know about Kaiangxing Island. He explained, there is a small piece of Yicheng that is connected to the sea. There are many small islands nearby. Many of the small islands are shaped like stars, so that area is called Kaiangxing Island. Su Chen suddenly thought of it. Mr. Long might be on one of the small islands. What is the license plate number of the car driven by the great elder Tai Xinhu? Su Chen said coldly. Tai Xinming quickly reported it. I hope you didn't lie to me. Su Chen said coldly. Then, he raised his hand, and Tai Xinming fainted again. Su Chen took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, Mr. Su, why did you think of calling me? The person on the other side was the top leader of Yicheng's security system, Li Changqing. Su Chen said directly, Director Li, I hope you can help me check a car. This car started from Yicheng to Kaiangxing Island this morning. Can you help me stop it? The license plate number is. Li Changqing heard Su Chen's tone and immediately realized that this was an important matter. Okay, please wait. I will arrange it immediately. Li Changqing said without hesitation. Su Chen immediately said, thank you. If you have any news, please let me know immediately. After that, Su Chen hung up the phone directly. Then, Su Chen called Qi Hetao of the Yaoji group of the Qinhu Guard again. Mr. Su, do you have any instructions? Qi Hetao said respectfully. Su Chen said, you must bring your people to the Qingshan Gate in Yicheng right now. Qi Hetao was stunned. Mr. Su, that won't work. There are many masters in the Qingshan Gate. Not to mention the sect master and the four elders. Even some of the direct disciples are at the peak of Zuanjin, and there are 20 inner disciples. Su Chen interrupted directly. I told you to come, so come quickly. Those people you mentioned are all lying at my feet. For a moment, Qi Hetao was stunned. Chapter 370 Crash. Qi Hetao was confused. Qingshan sect is not an ordinary sect, nor is it a new sect. In Yicheng, Qingshan sect had been entrenched for hundreds of years. Even if it was the Qinhu Guard, if they wanted to move such a sect, they would have to send at least several teams to act together. Moreover, at least a deputy guard chief, or the captain of the special operations team, Qin Qingmei, should be sent as a high-end combat force. Otherwise, there is absolutely no possibility. However, now Su Chen told him that Qingshan sect had been destroyed. Mr. Su, are you kidding? The leader of Qingshan sect, Tizan. Qi Hetao wanted to confirm it again. Su Chen said impatiently, Tizan is dead. The body is at my feet. Hurry up, I have something else to do. He was now anxious about the fact that the Han family father and son were sent away, so how could he explain this to Qi Hetao? Yes. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Qi Hetao didn't dare to ask more questions. Whether it was true or not, everything would be known when he arrived at Qingshan sect. He hung up the phone. Then, Qi Hetao rushed outside and shouted loudly, Assemble! Assemble! Members of the Yaoji group of the Qinhu Guard, assemble! A whistle sounded. In the Qinhu Guard Yicheng base, the Yaoji group members gathered together instantly. What's wrong? Team leader, what are you doing? Old Qi, what happened? Everyone talked about it and looked at Qi Hetao in confusion. After all, they hadn't heard of any big tasks in the past 2 days. Qi Hetao looked at everyone and shouted loudly, "All members of the Yaoji group, except those who must stay at the base, bring all the equipment, and go to Yishan together. The goal is to take down Qingshan Gate." For a moment, all the Kinhu guards were a little confused. "You look at me, I look at you. Team leader, are you mistaken? Just us, going to Qingshan Gate, isn't it delivering food? Old Qi, this joke is not funny at all. Is there a deputy guard chief in charge? Or is it Captain Qin Qingmui of the Special Operations Team?" Everyone talked about it. Qi Hetao shouted, "Mr. Su Chen, Qingshanman has been razed to the ground. Let's go clean up the mess." For a moment, everyone was stunned. Qingshanman has been destroyed? The Tiger Guards are going to clean up the battlefield? Let's go. Qi Hetao didn't explain anymore. After all, he didn't quite believe it himself. Suddenly, a group of people marched towards Yishan in a mighty manner. On the other side, Qingshanman, Su Chen's mental power spread out, and a yin spirit began to wander in Qingshanman. Sure enough, it was discovered that there were many dungeons hidden in the back mountain. Many people were imprisoned in the dungeons. There were even some corpses. It seems that Qingshanman has been doing evil for a long time. Think about the attitudes of Tizan, Miaking, Qingpan and others. It is estimated that Qingshanman is rotten from top to bottom. Su Chen looked coldly at the Qingshanmen who were wailing on the ground. Most of these people were seriously injured by Su Chen. Therefore, the eyes looking at Su Chen one by one were full of resentment. Su Chen thought about it. He raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless streams of energy burst out. Every Qingshan sect disciple who fell to the ground was hit by a stream of energy from Su Chen. "Ah! My cultivation! My dark energy!" The Qingshan sect disciples screamed one after another, and looked at Su Chen with even more resentment. However, Su Chen had a calm expression. He didn't know how many good people there were among these Qingshan sect disciples. But what was certain was that, if every other one was shot, there would definitely be some fish that slipped through the net. Su Chen was too lazy to waste time on them, so he simply abolished their cultivation. As for who was guilty and who was innocent, he left it to the tiger catching guards and police symbols to investigate and deal with. Su Chen didn't personally rescue the dungeon in the back mountain, and was ready to wait and hand it over to Qi Hetao and others. Soon, a whistle sounded. Boom. The gate of the Qingshan sect's courtyard was directly knocked open. Cars rushed in one after another. Then, figures stepped down from the cars one after another. Su Chen was surprised to see the tiger guards coming out of the cars one after another. Qi Hetao rushed down from the first car. He glanced at the many disciples on the ground and swallowed hard. The other tiger guards who followed him down were also shocked. Ta-da-da-da. Qi Hetao rushed to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, you actually did it." Su Chen smiled. "You came quite quickly. The car has driven in." Qi Hetao smiled. "I heard from you that you have taken down all the Qingshanmen, so I won't be shy. I just knocked down the place where the Qingshanmen originally used as a roadblock. I rushed all the way up. Fortunately you didn't lie to me, otherwise I would be in trouble." Su Chen smiled. "How could I joke with you about such a thing?" Qi Hetao hurriedly asked. "Mr. Su, I have heard that the Qingshanman has 4 elders, and they are all very powerful." Su Chen said. "Team Yifeng, I killed him when I dealt with Zhu Qingyuan before. Team Yiking's body is here. I haven't killed Tai Xinming yet. You can take it and see if there is anything you can ask. Finally, there is Tishanhu. However, I'm waiting for news from Li Changqing." Qi Hetao looked admiring. "It is said that Tizan, the leader of the Qingshanmen, has a move called Dazzling crossing Yi, which no one under the god realm can defeat." Su Chen pointed to the corner. "Isn't that Tizan's body? Dazzling crossing Yi, it's really amazing." Qi Hetao was shocked and ran over to confirm. When he saw that it was indeed Tizan, he was a little numb. "Mr. Su, you surprised me too much." Qi Hetao became more respectful. Then, he looked at the Qingshan sect disciples on the ground and asked, "Then these people?" Su Chen said lightly, "These disciples set up a Xiangang dishes in Dao formation. However, I broke out of the formation in the end. The backlash of the formation and my attack caused them to be seriously injured. I was worried that you would not be able to control them after they recovered, so I abolished their martial arts. In addition, there is a dungeon in the back mountain of Qingshan sect, and there are still some people imprisoned in it, and some corpses. It is estimated that it is related to these people. You must investigate it clearly, and don't let a guilty person go. Kiheteo immediately said respectfully, yes. Please rest assured, Mr. Su. Okay. Leave this to you. I have other things to do. Su Chen finished speaking and left directly. Although, he has not received Li Changqing's reply yet. But he knows that heading towards Kaiangsing Island is definitely the right thing to do. Kiheteo and others watched Su Chen disappear in the blink of an eye, and they all sighed. Mr. Su, you are really a master. I'm afraid his martial arts skills are much more terrifying than I imagined. Kiheteo sighed. On the other side, Su Chen used the wind character technique and ran wildly on the road. The speed was much faster than the car on the highway. Although, he didn't know what the Tishan who wanted to do by sending the Han family father and son to Mr. Long. But if he didn't stop him now, it would be more troublesome to find them in the future. At this time, ding-ling-ling, a mobile phone rang. Su Chen ran wildly while looking down. It was Li Changqing's call. Hey, Mr. Su, we have found the license plate number you mentioned. It is indeed as you said, the other party is heading towards Kaiangsing Island. It is estimated that they will arrive in half an hour. But don't worry, I have already notified the highway exit in advance and set up a checkpoint there. We will pretend to check other vehicles to slow down the other party's speed of leaving the highway. Please try to be faster, we will buy time for you. Su Chen said happily. Thank you, Director Lee. I'll be there soon. He hung up the phone and put force on his feet again. Whoosh. His speed was once again improved to a higher level. Highway intersection. A high-end black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. The driver was a tall and strong man. This man had a face full of flesh and was full of impatience. Fuck. What's going on? We are already at the highway exit. Why are you checking cars again? Bang. The strong man slammed the steering wheel hard. On the passenger seat sat an old man with white hair and beard. He said calmly, Dachin, calm down. Control your temper. These police symbols are just routine inspections. They have nothing to do with us. Don't lose your temper and cause trouble. The strong man driving the car was also a disciple of Qingshan sect, named Li Dachin. The old man with white hair and beard was the great elder of Qingshan sect, Tishan Hu. Li Dachin groaned and stopped talking. But there was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He has always had a bad temper. If he encountered such a thing alone, he would kill two of them first and then leave. Tishan Hu also knew Li Dachin's temper and smiled. Dachin, don't worry. After this matter, there will be no big deal in the short term. Li Dachin said in a muffled voice. Then, he said, Mr. Long is really amazing. The people he dealt with this time are all big shots in the provincial capital. I don't know what Mr. Long's true identity is. Tishan Hu smiled coldly. We don't care what his identity is. As long as we get enough benefits, we will do things for him. If there is no benefit, no matter how big a person he is, it has nothing to do with us. Li Dachin chuckled. One car after another passed the checkpoint. The two people's Mercedes-Benz business car also slowly lined up. However, the car in front of the Mercedes-Benz business car seemed to be in trouble. The police kept questioning and refused to let it pass. KO. Li Dachin's face was full of impatience again. Did the car in front commit a crime? Why is it so slow? At this time, Tishan Hu hurriedly said, no. These police symbols are deliberately delaying him. They are coming for us. Li Dachin was stunned. For us? Haven't they checked us yet? Tishan Hu looked at the police symbols outside the window with cold eyes. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Although they intercepted the car in front, the eyes of those police officers were fixed on our license plate. The other party's target is us, and they are deliberately holding us back. Tishan Hu shouted in a low voice, Dachin, hit it. Li Dachin was stunned. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Okay. He shifted the gear with his big hand and stepped on the accelerator. The next second, the black commercial vehicle suddenly fell backwards. Then, it quickly bypassed the car in front and rushed towards the roadblock. The police officers who were blocking the road in front saw this scene and their faces changed instantly. The target is going to break through violently. Get out of the way. Chapter 371. A call from Mr. Long. A black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle was coming at high speed. For a moment, at the highway exit, everyone was in chaos. The traffic police here received an order to find a way to stop the black commercial vehicle. In order to delay time, they started from the car in front and pretended to check one by one. Unexpectedly, they were finally discovered by the people in the target car. Li Dachun, with a fierce smile, rushed towards the roadblock fiercely. In front of the roadblock, there were two police symbols holding a stop sign, blocking the road. But Li Dachun did not hesitate at all. Boom. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the engine burst into a roar. The two police symbols had never seen such a person rushing through the barrier, and they were instantly shocked. In an instant, the two people's legs softened, as if they were filled with lead, and they couldn't lift them at all. The black commercial vehicle was driving towards them at high speed. Get out of the way. Leo Zhang, get out of the way. Everyone's face was panicked. Only Li Dachun, who was driving, had a cruel smile on his face. He seemed to have seen that two blood-colored flowers would bloom on the car window glass. At this moment, boom, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. He blocked the two police symbols directly in front of the black business car. It was Su Chen. Li Dachun was stunned. However, he was too lazy to think about how Su Chen appeared. Ha ha ha. Go to hell. Li Dachun stepped on the accelerator even more fiercely. The black Mercedes-Benz business car, like a wild horse, slammed into Su Chen fiercely. Stop. Su Chen shouted in a low voice. He slapped the business car that was rushing at high speed. Boom. A loud noise, deafening. The front of the black business car was directly sunken into a big pit. Squeak. A sharp and piercing sound came. Su Chen's shoes rubbed a 2-meter-long mark on the ground. However, the business car was stopped by Su Chen. The two police symbols were stunned on the spot. The other policemen around and the drivers were also stunned by this scene. This is a car with a speed of 100 per hour. It was stopped by a person. Is this still a human? Su Chen looked at Li Dachun and Taishan, who through the car window. Li Dachun was furious. He wanted to kill someone but failed, which made him burst out with violent anger. Son of a bitch. Dare to stop me. You're looking for death. Li Dachun opened the car door and rushed directly to Su Chen. Asshole. Go to hell. Li Dachun was like a wild bull, with Zhou Wanqiu condensed all over his body, and rushed towards Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen's eyes were cold. He didn't have a good impression of this driver who wanted to kill people. Seeing Li Dachun punching him, Su Chen raised his hand. Silver white lightning spurted out. In an instant, it destroyed Li Dachun's Zhou Wanqiu. At this moment, Li Dachun's face showed a trace of fear. Before he could react, Su Chen hit him on the fist with a palm. Bang! The terrifying Zhou Wanqiu directly blew through Li Dachun's arms and chest. Boom! The tall and mighty figure fell to the ground fiercely, and there was no life. Dachun. Tishan, who rushed out of the car and ran towards Li Dachun. As a result, he only saw Li Dachun's body. Tishan, who looked sad. Although Li Dachun was reckless and violent, he had the best relationship with him. Otherwise, Tishan, who would not have brought him out alone. But now, Li Dachun died in front of him. Tishan, whose eyes were red, staring at Su Chen. How dare you kill my disciple? Su Chen said coldly, he just wanted to hit two people to death. Didn't you see? With such a character, it's not a pity to die. It's just hitting two ordinary people to death. So what? Tishan, who roared. Now, not only will I kill them all, I will also twist off your head and commemorate Dachun. As the voice fell, Tishan, who rushed directly towards Su Chen. Go to hell. The terrifying vitality was condensed on Tishan, whose fist. In an instant, his vitality formed the appearance of a tiger and pounced towards Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen smiled coldly and raised his fist to meet it. Bang! The two fists collided. Boom! With the two of them as a center, the surrounding vehicles were squeezed out in an instant. The next second, Tishan, whose figure flew backwards. Puff! He spurted out a mouthful of blood. You, who are you? Tishan, who looked unbelievable. He had never heard of such a young innate master. Moreover, he was still a master at the peak. Su Chen said coldly, "My name is Su Chen." Tishan, who searched in his mind for a long time, but couldn't remember the name. "How dare you be my enemy? Do you know who I am?" Su Chen smiled coldly, "Aren't you the great elder of King Shenmen?" Tishan who? Tishan, whose face froze. "Do you know me? Since you know that I'm the great elder of King Shenmen, you should know how powerful my King Shenmen is. No matter what your background is, if you offend my King Shenmen, you will only die." Su Chen smiled coldly and rushed forward. "You talk too much nonsense. You don't even have King Shen sect anymore, and you're still using it to scare people." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen approached Tishan, who directly. He punched out. Tishan, who couldn't dodge in time. Boom. Puff. Tishan, who bleeds wildly and flies back. Clang. His body slams hard on the stone pier on the side of the road. "You." Tishan, who stared at Su Chen, his head tilted, and he suddenly stopped moving. Su Chen was stunned. "Damn. You can't stand a beating?" He was planning to keep Tishan Hu for interrogation, but it turned out that this elder was not as strong as the other elders of King Shen sect. Su Chen's face was in pain. At this time, the police symbols on the side hurriedly came up. "Sir, thank you for saving my life. However, although your killing is self-defense, you still need to cooperate with us." Su Chen raised his hand and revealed the consultant ring of the Tiger Guard. "I asked Li Changqing to stop the car." The police symbols were stunned and then saluted Su Chen quickly. "So, you are Consultant Su. Thank you for saving my life. Look, is there anything else we can help you with?" Su Chen said, "Thank you for helping me stop the car. I will bear the losses caused here. Also, please restore the traffic first. I will handle the things here." "Yes." The police symbols responded and hurried to do it. Su Chen opened the trunk of the business car. Suddenly, two fainted figures appeared in front of Su Chen. However, the smile on Su Chen's face froze. Because it was not the Han family father and son inside. It was Han Kiwi and a young and beautiful woman. Su Chen put the two people in the back seat of the car. He raised his hand and woke Han Kiwi first. After Han Kiwi woke up, he was still a little confused. "Su, Mr. Su?" Seeing Su Chen, Han Kiwi's eyes were red and tears were about to fall. Su Chen smiled. "Mr. Han, long time no see. I didn't expect that you, at such an old age, still like to play hide and seek. You even hid in the trunk." Han Kiwi blushed. "Mr. Su, please stop joking with me, an old man." Han Kiwi looked embarrassed. "Mr. Han, where is your son? And who is this woman?" Su Chen asked. Han Kiwi said, "He was sent away not long after Xiao's Heng and I were arrested. This woman is Yu Filei's sister. You should save her as well. This woman's brother is very powerful in the provincial capital." Su Chen smiled. "It was just a matter of convenience. Who this woman's brother is has nothing to do with him. Mr. Han, you drive. Let's talk while we drive," Su Chen said. Han Kiwi was stunned and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen spread his hands. "Don't look at me. I have never learned to drive." Han Kiwi smiled bitterly and climbed into the driver's seat. Su Chen threw the bodies of Li Dachan and Tishan Hu into the trunk. He was going to send it to Kihetao. It was at least a little bit of credit, and it couldn't be wasted. As for the beautiful woman, Su Chen didn't wake her up. Who knows if this woman will cry and scream after she wakes up. To avoid trouble, Su Chen was going to send her back unconscious. Han Kiwi hadn't driven for more than 20 years. However, he quickly got familiar with it and drove steadily to Yishan. Su Chen sat in the co-pilot seat and asked, "Mr. Han, do you know who kidnapped you? And why did the other party want to arrest you?" Han Kiwi shook his head. "I don't know. Those people, after arresting us, sent Dao's Heng away, and I'm still locked up in Kingshan Gate. 2 days ago, I sent a piece of cloth written in blood, and I don't know if anyone picked it up. Until today, Tishan Hu suddenly wanted to transfer me and the beautiful girl together, and you came to save me. Mr. Su, please, you must save Dao's Heng." Han Kiwi told the whole story and pleaded anxiously. Su Chen nodded and said, "Mr. Han, don't worry. I will continue to investigate. Now it seems that Mr. Long is the only one who knows where Han Dao's Heng is. However, where Mr. Long is still a mystery. Su Chen is basically sure that he should be on Kaiangsing Island. However, there are thousands of islands there. Su Chen has no way to determine which island Mr. Long can be found. It is too slow to determine them one by one. At this moment, ding-ling-ling, a cell phone ring rang. Su Chen took out his cell phone, but found that there was no incoming call. And Han Kiwi also shook his head. His cell phone had been destroyed long ago. Su Chen looked for the sound, and found his cell phone in the co-pilot's water cup position. Su Chen was startled. This should be the cell phone of Tai Shanhu or Li Dacheng. He quickly picked up the phone. On the screen of the cell phone, 3 big words were very clear. Mr. Long. Su Chen's face lit up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372. Whose Yicheng is this? Su Chen saw the display on the phone, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He pressed the connect button. Suddenly, an old but vigorous voice came. Tai Shanhu, where are you? Su Chen did not speak, but just listened quietly, expecting the other party to reveal more information. However, the other party seemed very alert, and did not speak. After a long silence, the voice sounded again. Where is Tai Shanhu? Su Chen knew that the other party must have guessed it. Dead. Su Chen was no longer silent. Are you Su Chen? The other party asked again. Su Chen nodded. Yes. You are Mr. Long, right? It's me. Mr. Long admitted directly. He said in a deep voice, Su Chen, let go now. Leave Yicheng. I will give you a way out. Su Chen smiled. Actually, I don't want to meddle in other people's business. If you let Han Dao's hen go, I will let you go. Bang. A sound of slapping the table sounded. Su Chen, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. In these years, those who didn't give me face have not survived to this day. Mr. Long said in a low voice. Su Chen smiled faintly. Everything starts from the first one. I don't want to meddle in other people's business, but the father and son of the Han family have a close relationship with me. If you don't give up, then I can only make you lose face or lose your life. Arrogant. Mr. Long sneered. Boy, you are asking for trouble. Click. The phone was hung up. Su Chen's face was indifferent. From now on, he will face Mr. Long head on. However, this is also what Su Chen is looking forward to. Only when Mr. Long is exposed more, Su Chen can slowly pull him out of the water. Thank you, Mr. Su. Han Kiwi looked at Su Chen with gratitude. He had also heard about Mr. Long's status in Yicheng, and Su Chen was willing to be the enemy of Mr. Long for their father and son, which was already a great favor. At this moment, Han Kiwi couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he hugged Su Chen's thigh tightly before. Otherwise, no one would save him if something happened this time. Su Chen smiled. You are too polite. At this time, ding-ling-ling, another cell phone rang. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was his own cell phone. The caller ID on it showed Ki Heteo. Hello, team leader Ki. What happened? Su Chen asked hurriedly. Although, before he left Kingshan Gate, he used his mental power to check and confirmed that there were no other masters in Kingshan Gate. However, Su Chen was still worried about other accidents. During the call, Ki Heteo had an excited tone. Mr. Su, where are you now? Su Chen said, I just killed Ti Shanhu and was about to return to Kingshan Gate. You killed Ti Shanhu too? Ki Heteo was stunned. You are too efficient. You said you would wipe out the whole family. Not even one was left. Su Chen's face twitched. Although Ki Heteo was praising himself, but it didn't sound like a good word. Ki Heteo said again, Mr. Su, please go back to Kingshanman as soon as possible. I found some good things. Although most of them need to be handed over, you can keep a few spoils first. Su Chen was immediately delighted. Judging from Ki Heteo's intention, he must be trying to please him again. Okay, I'll go back right away. After the two hung up the phone, Su Chen was also looking forward to it. This Kingshanman has been passed down for hundreds of years, and its martial arts are quite unique. For example, the 7-injury fist, the secret method of Dao Zuan crossing Yi, and the Xiangang Disha crossing Dao formation. Thinking of this, Su Chen was also a little excited. He looked at Han Kiwi and said, Mr. Han, please drive faster. Han Kiwei looked annoyed. Mr. Su, I'm over 70 years old, my eyesight is blurry, and my reaction is slow. Now, at a speed of 90, I'm trembling in my heart. Go faster, I can't stand it. Su Chen glanced at Han Kiwei, who was nervous, and smiled. It seems that even the old driver can't do it. You'd better drive slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Han Kiwei smiled. However, he also tried to speed up. Han Kiwei felt that with Su Chen here, nothing serious should happen. Soon, the car drove up Yishan again, directly along the road that the tiger guards had walked, and drove to Qingshan Gate. When Su Chen arrived, he found that in addition to the tiger guards, Li Changqing and many police symbols were also at the scene. After all, if it was just the tiger guards, it would be far from enough to interrogate more than 100 people. Li Changqing and Qi Hetao saw Su Chen coming, and hurried over to say hello. Mr. Su, thank you for your help in removing a cancer from Yicheng. Li Changqing was very excited. Su Chen smiled. You are too polite, Director Li. Li Changqing shook his head and said, I'm not being polite to you at all. This Qingshan Gate actually set up a private dungeon in the back mountain and illegally detained many people. Among them, many are relatives of wealthy businessmen and politicians in Yicheng and other cities. Moreover, there are many corpses, all of which are unsolved cases that have been missing for a long time. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Before, he just used the Yin God to simply scan around. He only knew that there were people imprisoned in the back mountain dungeon, but he didn't know the identities of those people. Now it seems that these people are likely to be imprisoned by Qingshan Gate for Mr. Long. And the purpose is naturally to make it easier for Mr. Long to control the relatives of these people. Li Changqing is very grateful to Su Chen. Qi Hetao found an opportunity to secretly pull Su Chen aside. Mr. Su, let's go to the warehouse first. You go pick some good things first. After you pick them, I will seal it. Qi Hetao smiled. Su Chen smiled and did not refuse. Then, Qi Hetao accompanied Su Chen to the warehouse. When they reached the door, Qi Hetao stopped and said he would wait at the door. Aren't you going in to pick too? Su Chen asked. Qi Hetao shook his head quickly. Mr. Su, I can't violate the organization's discipline. I won't go in now. I'll go in and count the things and seal them after you come out. By then, whatever is left inside will be the original things in the warehouse, and no one has touched them. Su Chen smiled. This Qi Hetao is quite interesting. He wants to please himself, but he doesn't want to violate discipline. Good comrade. Su Chen patted Qi Hetao on the shoulder and stepped in directly. This Qingshan warehouse is really not simple. Su Chen simply turned around a few times and picked up a lot of good things. He found several hundreds of years of spiritual medicine. Su Chen was naturally not polite and put them away directly. In addition, Su Chen walked to the area of exercises and secret books and picked up a few good ones. What surprised Su Chen was that there were many gold, silver jewelry, antiques and cultural relics in the warehouse. However, Su Chen had no interest in these yellow and white things. After a simple look, Su Chen left directly. The harvest this time was already big enough. After Su Chen came out, Qi Hetao hurriedly called his team members. He said seriously, count everything in the warehouse carefully and seal it. Don't miss anything. Hand it all in. Yes. A group of members of the Tiger Guard immediately took action. Su Chen walked out of the warehouse with joy. On the other side, there was someone who was not so happy. This person was Mr. Long. On Kaiangxing Island, there was an island covered with forests. In the forest, a deep courtyard was hidden. In the central courtyard hall, Mr. Long's face was at hen. Bang! His palm slammed hard on the table. What is the origin of Su Chen? Haven't you found it after so long? A faint voice came from the corner. This guy's appearance is extremely mysterious. It's like he suddenly appeared in Bincheng. In Bincheng, he has the closest relationship with the Zhou family, and also has close relationships with the Qin family, the Wang family, and the Li family. He once killed the innate strongman of the Ran family, and also killed the old man Jin Guang of the Jindao sect in the provincial capital. His strength is extraordinary. According to preliminary judgment, he should be in the top 50 of the Tiger list. He came to Yicheng for the Han family father and son. In Yicheng, He made Jiuo Khan rebel, and made friends with Gao Zeping and Li Changqing of the Gao family, as well as Gao Tingting, He Jingsun, Liu Heitao, Wan Danqiang and others. In Yicheng, he also taught the brothers Zhang Lianjin and Zhang Lianru a lesson, killed Ziku Anfeng, the 10 perfect crazy monk, and Taoist master Yu. Now, although there is no news from King Shenman, it is estimated that something has happened. In the dark corner, Su Chen's deeds were reported one by one. Mr. Long's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Asshole. I didn't know before that this asshole has ruined me so much. Mr. Long gritted his teeth. Notify Yan Boy and gather everyone. I'm going to teach the Su Chen a lesson. Tell him, who owns Yicheng. The next chapter will probably be very late. Don't wait any longer. Chapter 373. Stop touching me. Yicheng. Qingshan Gate. All the disciples of Qingshan Gate, who were still able to breathe, were captured and interrogated by the tiger catching guards and the police symbols. Various places in Qingshan Gate were also affixed with various seals. Su Chen returned to the front yard, and everyone was cleaning up the mess. Su Chen looked at Han Kiwi and asked, Mr. Han, what are your plans for the future? Han Kiwi said with a serious face, I'm going back to the provincial capital. As for Mr. Long, although I don't know why he wants to arrest me, I guess it has something to do with my Han family. Now, although I don't know where Dao Zeng was arrested, but if I go back to the Han family to take charge, the Han family should not be in chaos. Su Chen nodded. Okay. Then I'll ask Team Leader Qi to send 2 tiger catching guards to take you back. I can't leave for the time being. Please forgive me. Su Chen not only had to continue to investigate the whereabouts of Han Dao Zeng, but also had to deal with Mr. Long, so he really couldn't leave. Han Kiwi naturally understood. He quickly bowed and said, Mr. Su, please don't say that. You have helped my Han family a lot. I would like to trouble you to take care of Dao Zeng's whereabouts. Su Chen nodded. Then, he found Qi Hetao and told him his request. Qi Hetao immediately found a deputy team leader and a team member to send Han Kiwi away. Su Chen estimated that Mr. Long's attention should be on him now. As long as Han Kiwi keeps a low profile, he should be able to return to the provincial capital safely. By the way, Team Leader Qi, there are 2 bodies in the car. One of them is Tishanhu, the great elder of Tishanmen. Su Chen reminded Qi Hetao. This is a real achievement for the Tiger Guards. Qi Hetao smiled and nodded. Then, he went directly to the black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle to move the bodies. After moving the bodies of Li Dachan and Tishanhu, Qi Hetao looked into the car again. He asked in confusion, Mr. Su, why is there a beautiful woman in your car? Is she also from Qingshan? Su Chen was stunned. He just remembered that there was a woman who was rescued together with Han Kiwi. Suddenly, Su Chen was a little entangled. How to deal with this woman? Suddenly, he looked at Li Changqing on the side and hurriedly called out, Director Li, I have something to tell you. Li Changqing hurried over and said excitedly, Mr. Su, what's wrong? This time, Su Chen destroyed Qingshan. Li Changqing did nothing, but solved a series of serious cases. It can be said that he earned a lot of merits by lying down. Therefore, the more Li Changqing looked at Su Chen, the more he looked like a lucky star. Looking at Li Changqing with a smile on his face, Su Chen smiled and said, Director Li, I'll do you another favor. There's another woman in this car. She was supposed to be transported away with Han Kiwi, but I saved her. I heard that her name seems to be Yu Xinyu, and her brother seems to be a big shot. Please help contact her. Li Changqing's eyes widened when he heard it. Yu Xinyu? Is his brother from the provincial capital, named Yu Fulei? Su Chen was a little surprised. You've heard of him? Li Changqing hurriedly said, Mr. Su, this is really too famous. Yu Fulei from the provincial capital is almost crazy because his sister is missing. He has directly issued a reward in our security system. In any prefecture level city in Dongsao province, no matter which family can find Yu Xinyu, he will directly donate 1 billion police equipment. Su Chen was shocked. Although he has a lot of money in his hands now, but he was still shocked to hear the amount of the reward suddenly. This Yu Fulei is quite rich. Su Chen exclaimed. Li Changqing nodded repeatedly. Needless to say, Mr. Su, this Ufule, although less than 40 years old, is a rising business nobleman in the provincial capital in recent years. He has a strong business vision and is very accurate in investment. In just a few years, he has increased his assets by hundreds of times, and he himself has become the president of the Provincial Entrepreneurs Association. Su Chen was secretly amazed. Although he was not particularly familiar with business and did not particularly value it, he could still feel Ufule's genius and terror in business. Su Chen smiled and said, "Then you should contact Ufule quickly." Li Changqing smiled and said, "I have introduced you so clearly, and you still want me to contact him? This is a huge favor. If you go in person and contact Ufule through Usinayu, no matter it is wealth, connections or power, you can wave your hand to get it. If you are not careful, you can also get the beauty." Li Changqing smiled mischievously. Su Chen glanced at Li Changqing, who was not serious. "Director Li, wealth, connections, power, these things, in my eyes, are nothing. After all, these are external things. The only thing that can really be grasped in your hands is strength. With strength, everything else must bow down." Li Changqing was suddenly startled. Thinking of Su Chen's achievements in medicine and martial arts, he suddenly laughed. Ufule's favor, for ordinary people, may be a step to heaven, but for Su Chen, it may not even be worth a look. Su Chen smiled and turned away. "Director Li, this woman is in your hands. I'm leaving first. Also, as a big boss, don't be so frivolous all day long. You have no manners." Li Changqing heard this and smiled bitterly. "This kid is scolding me." On the side, Qi Hetao laughed and said, "Old Li, this is why you are confused. You don't even know how to curry favor with someone. Your gift of a wild ginseng to Mr. Su may be better than any favor from Ufule, and you let Mr. Su get the beauty. Do you think Mr. Su is someone who lacks beautiful women? Vulgar. So vulgar." Hearing this, Li Changqing's eyes widened. "Damn it. Old Qi, you are a bit shameless. As soon as your people came, they guarded the Kingshanman warehouse and didn't let my people in. With the Kingshanman warehouse, of course you can borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Where the hell do I have these things?" Qi Hetao's face froze, and he quickly stepped forward to cover Li Changqing's mouth. "Fuck. Old Li, stop talking nonsense. Who the hell is borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha? I, Old Qi, have always been loyal to my duties. I have never done anything to embezzle." Hearing this shameless remark, Li Changqing directly rolled his eyes at Qi Hetao. On the other side, after Su Chen left Kingshan Gate, he went straight to Yi City at the foot of the mountain. Soon, Su Chen arrived outside Kyoto Hotel. He was about to step upstairs when a voice suddenly rang out. "Su Chen, you're back." Su Chen was startled and turned his head to look. He saw Gao Tingting running over with an excited look on her face. "Why are you here?" Su Chen asked puzzledly. Gao Tingting came up first and looked Su Chen up and down. Not only that, she also reached out and touched Su Chen a few times. Hey, what are you doing? Stop touching me. Are you taking advantage of me?" Su Chen dodged. Gao Tingting's pretty face turned red and she said coquettishly, "Who took advantage of you? I just wanted to see if you were missing any parts." Su Chen was speechless. "So, in your eyes, I'm going to lose an arm or a leg when I go to Kingshanman, right?" Gao Tingting smiled and said, "That's right. You don't know, the Kingshanman is very powerful. I've been worried since you went to Kingshanman. I've even thought about your funeral and what paper people and paper horses to burn for you." Su Chen said unhappily, "Should I thank you?" "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Gao Tingting was in a good mood and started arguing with Su Chen. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he asked, "What are you doing here?" Gao Tingting said, "Waiting for you to come back. I've been waiting for you all afternoon. You don't know how anxious I've been waiting. I didn't dare to call you, for fear that you were quietly lying in ambush and I would expose your position with a call. Then the enemy found you, and you were hacked to death. TV series and movies are all played like this." For a moment, Su Chen didn't know what to say. This girl's ability to make up the plot in her mind is really strong. However, Su Chen was still very moved. "Thank you. But in the future, you should watch less brainless movies and TV series." Su Chen raised his hand and flicked Gao Tingting's head. Ouch. Gao Tingting cried out in pain and glared at Su Chen fiercely. You bastard. I was worried about you. You laughed at me and hit me. I'm helping you learn to be smarter, Su Chen said, and turned to enter the hotel. At this time, Gao Tingting hurriedly stopped Su Chen and said, are you going back now? Yes. What else? Su Chen said as a matter of course. Gao Tingting glared at Su Chen angrily. Uncle He, Aunt Du and others are still waiting for news from you. And He Jingxun, Liu Heitao and Wang Dan Qiang. Uncle He has already booked a private room and asked me to take you to dinner when he sees you come back. Su Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that Gao Tingting was waiting here for this. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, he had destroyed King Shenman and had not yet told Uncle He, Aunt Du and others. Let's go. Let's go over there and reassure He Jingxun and his family, Su Chen said. Gao Tingting rolled her eyes at Su Chen. That's better. Then, Gao Tingting drove Su Chen away. Chapter 374. Are you still a man? Qiansheng Hotel. He Weicheng has already booked a luxury box. When Su Chen and Gao Tingting arrived, He Weicheng, Dufang and others were already waiting at the door. Seeing Su Chen come back intact, everyone was quite excited. Everyone sat down. Zhou Chen, it's great to see that you are okay. Aunt Du was almost worried to death. Dufang was full of joy. He Weicheng also stood up with the support of his family and thanked Su Chen. Su Chen used several lost medical techniques on He Weicheng and consumed a drop of linquan milk. After such an operation, He Weicheng's bones and internal organs are almost healed. Although he still needs someone to support him when he goes to the ground, I believe that in a few days, he will be able to walk slowly by himself. He Weicheng looked at Su Chen with red eyes. Zhou Chen, fortunately, you returned safely. If anything happens to you, I, Uncle He, will never be at peace in my life. Looking at the couple, Su Chen's heart was full of warmth. He Jingxun's parents are both honest people, and Su Chen is very happy that he can help them. Uncle He, Aunt Du, don't worry. No one will come to kill you in the future, Su Chen said with a smile. Dufang was immediately pleasantly surprised. Zhou Chen, are you serious? Absolutely true. Su Chen smiled and nodded. In the future, there will be no Qingshan Gate in Yicheng, so no one will do anything to Uncle He again. In fact, Su Chen already knew the whereabouts of the Han family father and son. It has lost its meaning to kill He Weicheng or not. Of course, it is the safest to wipe out the Qingshan Gate. He Jingxun's family burst into tears of joy. Ever since they knew that it was the Qingshan Gate that was killing people to silence them, the family of three has been feeling a heavy stone in their hearts. Now hearing this news, the family finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Liu Heitao was shocked and said, Brother Chen, did you destroy Qingshan sect? I heard that there are many masters in Qingshan sect. Any outer disciple can beat a dozen gangsters. He Jingxun was most interested in martial arts, and he hurriedly said, yes, I heard that in Qingshan sect, there are inner disciples above outer disciples, and above inner disciples there are direct disciples, and above them there are elders and sect masters. Brother Chen, please tell us what you did. Suddenly, everyone didn't care about eating, and looked at Su Chen eagerly. Su Chen looked helpless, so he had to put down his chopsticks and simply told the whole process. Of course, in Su Chen's description, it was not so bloody and cruel, but everyone could still feel the danger. When everyone heard that more than 100 people from Qingshan sect were either killed or had their cultivation abolished in the end, they cheered immediately. Brother Chen, you are so awesome. This Qingshan Gate has a history of hundreds of years in Yicheng, and it is very arrogant. Yes. Brother Chen, you are getting rid of harm for the people. I remember that there were terraces on Yicheng that were reclaimed by the villagers below, and the people of Qingshan Gate directly occupied them. Also, when Yicheng built a road in Yicheng, Qingshan Gate directly did not allow it to pass, forcing the official road construction to detour for dozens of kilometers. And the Taoist temple on Yicheng, they also directly drove away the Taoist priest and occupied the Taoist temple. Everyone talked about the evil things that Qingshan Gate had done over the years. For a while, Su Chen was like a hero. Before the banquet, everyone ran to Su Chen to toast, especially Gao Tingting. She kept running over with juice. From time to time, she said something like, "Is it a man?" And it was a man who did it, forcing Su Chen to drink. It seemed that she was holding back, to force Su Chen to drink. Seeing that everyone was happy, Su Chen did not refuse. With his cultivation, if he wanted to sober up, he could just circulate his vital energy and all the alcohol would evaporate. Everyone was eating and drinking, very excited. The banquet was over, and everyone said goodbye and left. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, Gao Tingting grabbed him. "Hey, Su Chen, where are you going? The car is parked here." Su Chen was stunned. "Car? Yes." Gao Tingting glared at him. "I picked you up, so I have to send you back, right? This is called starting and ending, do you understand?" Su Chen smiled. "Okay, then I'll take a ride. Let's go. Get in the car." Gao Tingting smiled happily. Su Chen got in Gao Tingting's car and soon arrived at Kyoto Hotel. Gao Tingting parked the car at the hotel and pouted at the hotel again. "I say, you are not without money, can't you change to a better hotel? You mess yourself up every day, like you are on a secret visit." Gao Tingting looked disgusted. Su Chen glanced at Gao Tingting. "It's me who lives here, not you. Why do you care so much?" Gao Tingting blushed, put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm just concerned about you. You're just being rude." Su Chen said calmly, "Old man, please take care of yourself first. I won't bother you with anything else." "You." Gao Tingting was very angry. "If there's nothing else, I'll go up first." "Thank you," Su Chen said, and was about to turn around and go upstairs. Gao Tingting hurried forward and grabbed Su Chen's arm. "Hey, do you know how to be polite? I've sent you back to the hotel. Why don't you invite me upstairs to have a drink of water?" Su Chen glanced at Gao Tingting and asked, "Are you thirsty? I see you drank a lot of juice." Gao Tingting looked at Su Chen with gritted teeth, wishing she could bite him. She directly pulled Su Chen's arm and said, "Last time, you didn't let me go to your room, and you won't let me go this time. Is there something shameful in your room? This time, I want to go and see it. Let's go. Let's go and see it together. I can't let you clean it up in advance." As she spoke, Gao Tingting's pretty face blushed slightly. She pretended to pull Su Chen's hand unintentionally and walked towards the hotel. Su Chen didn't know what Gao Tingting was doing, so he could only let her pull him. At this moment, 2 exclamations came from the side. "Tingting? Tingting, what are you doing?" Hearing these 2 voices, Gao Tingting's face suddenly froze. Then, she stood there like a fool. She turned her head blankly and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Su Chen also turned his head to look over. A middle-aged couple was looking at the 2 people with astonishment. The man was in his 50s and looked a bit like Gao Zepping, and the middle-aged woman looked like a noble lady and her face was a bit like Gao Tingting. "Dad, Mom." Gao Tingting was stunned. Su Chen immediately understood the identities of the 2 people in front of him. Gao Guangxing and Yankin stared at their daughter and the young man in front of them with disbelief. Just now, they just happened to pass by and heard a familiar voice, so they looked over. As a result, they saw their daughter Gao Tingting going into the hotel with an ordinary man. Looking at the dress of this young man, he doesn't look like a rich young master at all. And the Kyoto hotel in front of them is just an ordinary fast hotel. Could it be that their precious daughter is in love? Moreover, the object of the relationship is a poor boy. The 2 of them have to stay in a hotel, and it is such a broken hotel. Could it be that their precious daughter was taken advantage of by this boy in such a broken place? Why didn't my daughter tell me about this? Did this boy teach her? Is this poor boy interested in my family's property? In an instant, all kinds of questions came to the minds of the couple. Gao Guangxing rushed up and suddenly pulled away Gao Tingting's arm holding Su Chen. Then, he stood between the 2. "Dad, it's not what you think." Gao Tingting panicked and explained quickly. However, Gao Guangxing's face was full of anger. "What do you think? I saw it all. How long do you want to hide it from me? I told you how many people my family introduced to you, but you didn't want to. It turns out that you found one secretly." Gao Tingting looked aggrieved and didn't know how to explain. Su Chen immediately understood what was going on. He stepped forward and explained, "Uncle, you really misunderstood. Ting Ting and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." Su Chen hadn't finished speaking. Gao Guangxing turned his head abruptly, stretched out a finger, and pointed at Su Chen angrily. "Shut up, bastard. You still dare to deny it? Are you still a man?" Chapter 375, Treasures of Kingshanman. Are you still a man? If someone else asked this question, Su Chen would just punch him to let him know whether he was a man or not. However, looking at the angry Gao Guangxing in front of him, Su Chen could only endure it. After all, this man was Gao Tingting's father and Gao Zepeng's second uncle, so he couldn't attack him. But Gao Guangxing and Yanqin's contemptuous eyes still made Su Chen feel very upset. "Your daughter Gao Tingting has nothing to do with me." At this time, Yanqin also ran up, grabbed Gao Tingting's hand, and complained. "Did you see that? This is the man you found. Not only is he poor, but he also has no responsibility at all. He will only escape when he encounters troubles. What can I say about you, silly girl? We introduced you to a good partner, but you refused in every possible way. You found this kind of scumbag when you found one yourself." Gao Tingting looked aggrieved. "Mom, we are really not." "What do you mean by not?" Gao Guangxing shouted angrily. "Stand there honestly, and don't say anything." After scolding Gao Tingting, Gao Guangxing walked directly in front of Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Gao Guangxing in front of him, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Boy, I'm talking to you as a man now. I hope you, as a man, don't lie," Gao Guangxing said coldly. Su Chen looked helpless. "You tell me." Gao Guangxing asked, "Where are you from?" Su Chen was speechless. It was this kind of question again. "In the village. I just came out of the village not long ago," Su Chen said nonchalantly. Hearing this answer, Gao Guangxing turned around and glared at Gao Tingting. "Did you hear clearly?" Gao Tingting rolled her eyes in her heart. "I have asked this stupid question a long time ago. Okay." Gao Guangxing nodded to Su Chen. "Okay. You are still a man. Dare to tell the truth." Su Chen was amused. Gao Guangxing had the final say on whether he was a man or not. "Which university did you graduate from? Where do you work?" Gao Guangxing asked again. Su Chen was more familiar with this question. "I didn't go to university. I work in Zhao's catering group in Bincheng." "You didn't go to university?" Gao Guangxing was even more angry, whispering, "Still working in Bincheng? That must not be a good job." On the side, Yanqin suddenly interrupted and said, "Are you planning to settle in Yicheng?" She was also considering Gao Tingting. If it was her daughter, she really liked the man in front of her. As long as he was willing to come to Yicheng and take over their family business, they could barely accept it. However, Su Chen shook his head and said, "No, I will go back to the village in the future." After completing his grandfather's task, staying with Zhou Wanqiu for a year, and getting the huge benefits that his grandfather said, he was ready to go back to the village. He didn't even plan to stay in Bincheng, let alone Yicheng. Hearing this answer, Yanqin and Gao Guangxing's mentality exploded. Yanqin directly pulled Gao Tingting and turned to leave. While walking, he was still scolding. "You silly girl, haven't you seen it yet? People are just playing around. What are you still tossing here?" Gao Guangxing pointed at Su Chen and said angrily, "Good boy. Dare to tell the truth. I also respect you as a man. But, my daughter, don't even think about it in this life." Humph. Gao Guangxing turned around and left. Su Chen looked puzzled. What the hell is going on every day? Question mark? It was Gao Tingting who made a fuss and insisted on going upstairs to her hotel room. As a result, Gao Guangxing and Yanqin jumped out again and told him not to think about it anymore. "The point is, I have never thought about your daughter Gao Tingting, okay?" Su Chen shook his head and went upstairs directly, too lazy to think about it. If he has time, he should go back and practice well. After all, he just got some good things from Kingshanman today. Women and the like are not as important as practice. Su Chen stepped upstairs. On the other side, Gao Tingting's family drove home. In the car, the atmosphere of the family was very strange. Gao Guangxing and Yanqin did not speak either. They stared at Gao Tingting with gloomy faces. Gao Tingting was frightened and a little scared at first. However, she quickly figured it out. "Why should I be afraid? I did nothing wrong. Besides, Su Chen was the boy I wanted to pursue. What's the problem with admitting it? Besides, Su Chen was recommended by his cousin Gao Zepeng and sister-in-law. The more she thought about it, the more confident Gao Tingting was. While driving, she even smiled. This scene caught the eyes of Gao Guangxing and Yanqin, and they became even more furious. In their opinion, their daughter was led astray by that country boy. Soon, the family returned home. Gao Guangxing closed the door directly. He moved to chairs and sat opposite Gao Tingting with Yanqin. What are you doing? Are you going to bring me to court for trial? Gao Tingting laughed. Gao Guangxing and Yanqin snorted coldly. Don't be so frivolous. Your problem now is very serious. Gao Guangxing scolded. Yanqin also said, sit down. Explain to us. Gao Tingting pouted and sat up straight. Gao Guangxing got straight to the point. Let me tell you the conclusion first. It's impossible for you to have a relationship with that wild boy in the village. First of all, he is from the countryside. Secondly, he didn't even go to college. Although he looks okay, he is not worthy of you. Gao Tingting immediately retorted, what's wrong with being from the countryside? What's wrong with not having a degree? Su Chen is very capable. Ridiculous. Yanqin scolded. I think you have been brainwashed by that wild boy. He has nothing. How can he be capable? I think he is just good at bragging. You believe all the bragging. Gao Tingting said unconvincedly. That's because you are not familiar with him. If you don't believe it, go ask my cousin and sister-in-law. They both think Su Chen is very capable, and it was them who introduced Su Chen to me. What? Gao Guangxing and Yanqin said at the same time. Gao Zepeng's business is the most successful in the entire Gao family. Therefore, his reputation is also the highest. Hearing that it was Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan who recommended Su Chen, Gao Tingting's parents were also a little confused. I don't believe it. What kind of ability can a country boy like him have? I think you are either lying, or your cousin is mistaken. Gao Guangxing snorted coldly. Gao Tingting smiled. Then you can call my cousin and ask him, and you will know. Seeing Gao Tingting's fearless look, Gao Guangxing said angrily, beat him. I want to see what he can say. Soon, Gao Guangxing called Gao Zepeng. Hello, second uncle, what can you do for you? Gao Zepeng's voice came. Gao Guangxing still had a cold face. Xiaopeng, I want to ask you something. Did you recommend a man to Xiaoting, named Su Chen? On the other side, Gao Zepeng became excited. How is it? Second uncle, are Tingting and Su Chen confirmed? Confirmed bullshit. Gao Guangxing cursed in a low voice. He complained a little. Xiaopeng, why are you so unreliable? I asked you to introduce some high quality men to Tingting. Why did you recommend this kind of illiterate country boy? Besides, he also said that he would go back to the village in the future. He is obviously an emotional liar. Gao Zepeng hurriedly said, second uncle, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Su is still very powerful, especially his martial arts and medical skills, which are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Xiaoji's heart disease was cured by him. When Gao Guangxing heard this, he snorted coldly, HMPH. I think your judgment was blinded by the fact that he happened to cure Xiaoji. Is it useful to have some achievements in medical skills and martial arts? Now there are all kinds of advanced equipment in hospitals, and doctors from various famous medical schools can't use them all. Even if he knows some country remedies, what can he do? What's the use of mentioning martial arts? Now we live in a society ruled by law. Even if he can fight, what can he do? Okay. Don't worry about Tingting's affairs in the future. Gao Guangxing said, and hung up the phone directly. Second uncle. Gao Zepeng wanted to persuade her a little more, but the other party hung up the phone. Alas. Gao Zepeng shook his head helplessly. However, he did not call again to persuade her. Anyway, Tingting has seen how powerful Su Chen is now. Whether she can succeed with Mr. Su depends on her. Thinking of this, Gao Zepeng could only pray for Gao Tingting. On the other side, Gao Guangxing hung up the phone. Gao Tingting asked proudly, Dad, was it my brother who recommended it to me? I didn't lie to you, did I? Gao Guangxing glared at him. Your brother recommended it, but it doesn't work. Why? Gao Tingting asked back. Gao Guangxing said angrily. Look at your brother praising Su Chen's advantages, such as his great medical skills and his fighting ability. What's the use of these things? No matter how good his medical skills are, without a diploma, which hospital would want him to be a doctor? No matter how good he is at fighting, what's the use? He is not applying to be a bodyguard. Yankin also echoed, yes. If these are the only two advantages, then he basically has no advantages. I definitely don't want such a son-in-law. Seeing the tough attitude of her parents, Gao Tingting curled her lips. You are still nitpicking here. Su Chen may not even be willing. Gao Tingting muttered unhappily. Yang Guangxing glared at him. What the hell is he thinking? I think you have been brainwashed by him. Your condition is what people say on the internet. You have been poor. In the days to come, don't run out blindly to find that wild boy. These few days, follow me obediently. I will go to the company. You follow me. I will keep an eye on you. Gao Tingting was shocked. Ah. What? Do you have any objections? Gao Guangxing said coldly. Gao Tingting looked reluctant, but finally nodded. In fact, she was a little anxious. She knew that Su Chen came to Yichen to do something, and he would probably leave when he was done. If Su Chen left Yichen at that time, she would really have no chance. But seeing the angry look of her father and mother, Gao Tingting looked helpless. On the other side, in Kyoto Hotel, Su Chen did not consider his and Gao Tingting's future. At this time, his mind was all on the treasure obtained by King Shenman. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.